Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, June the 10th. Happy Pride Month, everyone. It is 12:01. Apologies for my tardiness. I'm your biggest disappointment. We're going to start off. My mother said that to me when I didn't get into Harvard.
You can make that up to us.
Yeah, I didn't get into Harvard. She said, "You're my biggest disappointment." I want to start off with a proclamation of the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners, recognizing June as Pride Month in Pitkin County. It's like cutting off the top of my head, Andorra. Whereas the month of June is recognized across the nation as the time to acknowledge the contributions and accomplishments of Americans from all walks of life, to identify as part of the LGBTQ plus community. And whereas Pitkin County values the individual merit, talent, and entrepreneurial spirits of all its residents, and recognizes the positive impact that individuals from the LGBTQ plus community have made to the region's economy, workforce, and civic life. And whereas members of the LGBTQ plus community in Pitkin County are vital participants in our community, contribution to small business owners, tourism and hospitality professionals, public employees, educators, artists, and volunteers who strengthen our shared economy and quality of life. And whereas, during Pride Month, the Roaring Fork Valley Pride provides rich cultural experiences to the Roaring Fork Valley community. This year's events include Big Gay Bingo Brunch, Create Your Own Fashion, and Pride Yoga with DJ Rami. For 49 years, Aspen Out, through Gay Ski Week, raises funds in order to provide scholarships, access to care, and provide equitable access to the outdoors. Whereas Pitkin County supports a culture of mutual respect and personal freedom and recognizes the importance of fostering a community where every individual is encouraged to contribute to the prosperity and vitality of the region based on their skills, commitment, and contributions. And whereas Pitkin County supports the dignity and equal rights of all people to live in peace and safety without fear of prejudice, discrimination, violence, or hatred. Now therefore, the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners does hereby recognize June 2026 as Pride Month in Pitkin County, encourages all residents to acknowledge and celebrate the diverse individuals whose efforts and talents continue to help make Pitkin County a thriving and dynamic place to live, work, and visit. Thank you.
That's a great way to start a meeting. I like that.
Additions and deletions to the agenda. We have one change today. We are moving number 9, the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, overruling the Pitkin County Planning and Zoning Commission, resolution number PZ 009-2026, and authorizing implementation of the Phillips Mobile Home Park project from number 9 to number 13. Given its impact on the community, we will also take public comment, even though it is first read today. I need a motion.
Do we need a motion to move it on the agenda?
Need a motion to amend the agenda, yeah.
Second.
Who was first? Francie? Thank you. Ted, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 9 is moved to item number 13 on the agenda today. Additions and deletions, that's it? Excellent. Public comment unrelated to today's agenda. Tony.
May I have this be passed out, please? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name, is this turned on? Is that right? Okay. Hi, everyone. For the record, my name is Toni Kronberg, and I'm going to give to you right now what I said to Aspen City Council last night, because everyone is working together. So one of the first things I brought forward before City Council last night was I've asked if the City of Aspen has abandoned the light rail, which was approved in the 1998 record of decision. The reason I ask is because this council, City Council, as well as Board of County Commissioners and Town of Snowmass Village, did not include in the current reevaluation being done by Jacobs Engineering a reevaluation of the light rail to make sure the light rail is still a valid mass transit system. In order for the light rail to proceed, it must be reevaluated since more than 3 years has elapsed since the light rail was approved. And apparently, to me, either we've abandoned it or we've decided that it's a dead issue. The second thing I brought forward to the city council last night was for the FAA and Board of County Commissioner approvals. And I did put a letter to the editor, and basically I said it took 20 years, but it finally happened at the airport. The FAA approved an airport layout plan for our airport, which included a space reservation large enough for a high-speed mass transit aerial gondola capable of transporting 4,500 passengers per hour. Then on May 27th, the Board of County Commissioners approved the airport modernization plan, which included the same space reservation for a high-speed mass transit aerial gondola capable of transporting 4,500 passengers per hour. We also know that Pickens County is now the owner of the Brush Creek Park and Ride and undertaking a management plan for the transportation hub between Snowmass, Aspen, and Down Valley commuters. My goal is to have Brush Creek Park and Ride to be the first stop on the yet-to-be-approved Highway 82 Aspen aerial connection called the Aspen Skycap. Then on Monday, the Aspen Skiing Company had a work session with City Council, and I hope they will have the same work session with the Board of County Commissioners. What I just handed out to you was slide number 27, and basically that slide is the ski companies or Aspen One saying what their commitments are and what their asks are. What they've committed to is skiing, housing, congestion, locals, and transparency. Point 3, underneath what we commit to, it says we will advocate for innovation, mass transit, and priorities reducing single occupancy vehicle trips through our operations and how we communicate with guests. Their ask, and they asked to have this discussed, is where we need partnership. And there are 5 of them, but because I'm time limited, I'm only going to talk about, for me, which is for me the most important one, is called an innovative transit mindset. Point 3, an innovative transit mindset, interconnected planning, continued openness to new solutions, which is an aerial transit, a purpose-built mass transit airport, which the Board of County Commissioners approved, and a completed entrance to Aspen.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much. And I just asked who was going to bring forward, working with the ski company on trying to get a new mindset on transportation coming into our area.
Thanks, Tony.
But thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Likewise. Further public comment unrelated to today's agenda? In the room, Mick, are you going to, public comment unrelated to today's agenda?
Unrelated. Unfortunately, unrelated. I will be brief. My name is Mick Ireland. I appear before you not as a representative of any candidate, organization, person, client, just myself. I commend to you a thorough reading of the Declaration of Independence. And I remind you, as some of you already know, that the Continental Congress, which preceded the Constitution, which preceded the Declaration, was formed by local governments. It was the local governments communicating with each other the grievances they had with the king that led to the Continental Congress and ultimately to the contents of the Declaration of Independence, which speaks to things like tariffs, displacement of natives, all those subjects. I think that it's incumbent on this board, all of you having taken an oath, to uphold the Constitution faithfully, that you take a position on these. I know some will say you're only a local government. You're not only a local government. You are connected directly to national policy issues. Those national policy issues can affect projects that are dear to your heart, like the airport funding, like the forest. And I think the commissioners should take an official stand against some of the unconstitutional, horrible things that are being done to this country and to our environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Mick.
Thanks, Mick.
Thank you. Public comment unrelated to today's agenda, either in the room or online. Closing public comment, opening up for commissioner comment.
I
Betty
wanna
Clapper.
Open the discussion for the board and Jeffrey, mainly for you to maybe speak on the wildfire issues and the stages we are in fire, the fire stages. And on top of that, it's kind of ironic, we have the drought situation, so you can't water your yard as much as you would, and grasses are drying out people's yards. And so we're in this conflict right now. We don't have enough water to fight fires. We don't have enough water to water our yards, but we have fires. And we know that fuel feeds fires. So I don't have in front of me the fire restrictions of the stage 1. So if you would be so kind as to do like a public service announcement, because I think the community needs to be really aware. We have 2 fires. I think one under control in Garfield County and South Canyon, one still not contained, but still of concern with minor evacuations up the frying pan in Eagle County. And we're thinking of our neighbors in both of those counties and hoping those fires can be contained without breaching the county line and coming into Pitkin. But, so I'm going to see if you would like to speak on that, Jeffrey.
Yeah, apologies. Other commissioners. So as of 12 o'clock today, we are in stage 1 fire restrictions in Pitkin County, Eagle County, and Garfield County, as well as the Bureau of Land Management. All will be in stage 1. The exception remains the U.S. Forest Service. The fire that's in Thomasville, it's about 15 acres, is on U.S. Forest Service land. They are the only party so far in the valley that has not moved to stage 1 restrictions. Stage 1 restrictions permit the outdoor use of burning within a designated campground, but for example, if you're in my backyard in the BLM, campground or open burnings are prohibited as of today. Fireworks are prohibited as of today. We, the board, early in the year set it up so that the sheriff at any time can move us. We, through an ordinance, at any time can move us into stage 1 fire restrictions. So if anyone needs, we have laminated copies of what's on a stage 1 fire restriction. We posted them last night in Woody Creek. We gave them out in Thomasville and Meredith. The sheriff, I, and Chris Breitbach, who's our emergency coordinator in Thomasville and Meredith, ironically, on the night before the fire. So, if someone in the community is asking why didn't we go into stage 1 earlier, it is based on calls with each of the agencies that look at what's called the energy release component, and basically it looks at the fuel level and what could burn. So from a science standpoint, as of noon today, that ERC was at a level that moved us to stage 1 fire restrictions.
I would add one thing to
Please.
that to our residents, and that is if you have a yard that has grasses and your grasses are drying out, please mow them down to 4 inches or less because they represent the ability to spread fire very rapidly.
So, and
That's
then-
good information,
yeah.
Francie.
And then, I hate to sound like a technology person, but you should be on Pitkin Alerts. If you're not, please join Pitkin Alerts. If you don't want to give your information to the county, please install ReachWell, and you could get Pitkin, Eagle, and Garfield alerts through one application called ReachWell. And if you're really interested in all of the activities, in other words, the technology and both the first responders that are deployed, please use Watch Duty. And Watch Duty is another app for your phone that will give you specific information relative to that incident, and you could sign up to 4 counties. So, any other commissioner comments?
Thanks, Jeffrey and
Thank
Francie.
you. Thanks for teeing that up. Thank you. Closing staff comments? Excellent. Consent items. The Board of Social Services minutes. Boss, do I have a motion?
So
Sorry, I'm
moved.
calling them individually. Patty,
For both meetings and the regular meeting
Regular
on the
meeting.
27th.
number 1. Patty? Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Ted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have Mick Ireland in the room, along with Sam Engen. You guys want to approach? I know it's consent item, but I see the heavy metal. Just making you work, Mick.
PT.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Mr. Ireland, again.
And that's a cool Boulder shirt.
You want to hold your correction?
No, that's too much.
It's just a consent resolution bringing forth Mick Ireland's contract for another year to be an abatement hearing officer for those abatement petitions that get submitted to the county assessor's office. And then those go to a hearing with him before they come to you for final approval.
Excellent.
And Mick, you've been doing this for
Quite a while.
over a decade?
That's right. As an abatement officer, I just want to provide a public reminder that if you didn't appeal your taxes, you can go back for only 2 years. You can have an abatement proceeding and a hearing just like you would if you had appealed your taxes. So if you think you are overvalued, set it up. It's a short hearing. It's informal. We'll give you time to explain your side of the story. The point of the hearing is to hear from the taxpayer the condition of the property that the assessor and her appraisers may not know about. So please avail yourself of that opportunity. Happy to help you. It's a Zoom meeting. If you need to meet in person for a lot of reasons, people don't want to do AI. I'm not AI. I'm not even I. But we have in-person hearings, and we'll set you up and schedule. It's a brief proceeding, informal, and an opportunity to tell your side of the story. Thank you.
I'll make a motion
Excellent.
to approve the resolution appointing Mick Ireland as an independent referee hearing officer to sit on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners to hear abatement petitions.
I'll second.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you, Patty. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you,
Thank
Mick.
you.
Thanks for your
time.
service, Mick.
Thank you. And Mick, we read Democracy Awakening, Heather Cox Richardson.
Yeah, I know it.
It's pretty good.
I recommend the Declaration nonetheless. The similarities are striking between King George and what we've seen today.
We have a third consent item. It's the resolution to appoint citizen board members. There is one appointment on there. Do I have a resolution? Sorry, do I have a motion to approve the resolution to appoint citizen board members?
So moved.
Thank you,
I
Greg.
will second, and just want to thank Joan Clark, Joni. We are appointing her to the Senior Services Council.
Excellent. Sam Engen, are you coming back up? Excellent. And is the applicant with you? Awesome.
Wait, we need to vote on the citizen.
Sorry. And all those in favor of the consent item, number 3, resolution to
Appointing
appoint
Joni.
Joni. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Boy, did I miss something there?
Thank you. It's usually when we get down to number 7, we go, should we vote on number 3 now?
I didn't know if I should awkwardly sit up here.
I was just so excited to go straight to liquor at 12:15 in the afternoon. The Environment Foundation, please.
Yeah, so this is a public hearing. I am your liquor licensing administrator, Sam Ingen, and we're bringing forth, I'm here with Dara from Aspen Ski Co. He's the event manager. They're partnering with the Environment Foundation to hold an event during Food and Wine on June 20th from 4 to 10 p.m. up at Smuggler Mine. And this isn't the first year of the event. They've done this for several years up there, so you guys have seen this before. It is just a new partnership with the nonprofit for that. So Dara's here to speak a little bit more about that event and answer any questions you may have.
Smuggler questions, anyone?
So will there be tours provided during this time, or,
There will be, yep. Yes.
and who's invited?
We've moved to a ticketed model this year for a number of reasons. Number 1, cost. Number 2, attempting to mitigate the chaos of the draw to parties at the mine, as we all are familiar with
It's
over
been
the years.
Overattended in the past?
They all are overattended.
Just a way to manage capacity, and a way to just keep people from showing up expecting to or hoping to be on the guest list, things like that.
Is there food provided as well, or just out
There is, yep. A collaboration of Aspen Skiing Company catering department, as well as a larger food distributor that we work with internally across the 4 mountains throughout the year. We're going to be bringing in some chefs and food offerings. We'll have roughly 4 food stations offering kind of light bites throughout the evening.
1,000 people, still a lot.
It will not be at 1,000 people.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Not in my backyard. Literally.
1,000 invitations.
I
didn't put it
don't believe it
Maybe I
did.
made it up.
There's not enough capacity unless you're shoving them in the mine
Where are the
shaft.
ticket sales, you know?
We are hoping to land somewhere around 600 to 650. Yep.
And how
The
do,
event hours itself are actually from 6 to 9. That 4 to 10 is just kind of a buffer for our staff being on site and cleanup and things like that.
Further questions for Dara or Sam?
how do we get tickets?
You can get tickets through AspenSnowmass.com and through our social media.
I can enjoy it from the privacy of my backyard.
I have one sort of.
Please.
Thank you, Dara. As someone who's in charge of all these events, I'm good with what we have here, but it's just a little side conversation. In the short time that I've been here, we've heard from 2 school groups about liquor and nicotine and all the advertising that goes on in the Valley, and how we sometimes look at it through like the adult lens and don't realize how often we're just bombarding school kids and youth with, advertising basically for liquor. So for the events, and those are countywide, but the Ski Co, you guys run a lot of events, and they always seem to have like a pop-up tent that's Aspen Vodka or Maker's Mark or something. And I know sometimes that's part of the deal, the contract, it's marketing, there's a lot of discussions that go on there. But I just think it would be good, because you're here, to see if you could think, at times when there are opportunities to not, if you have a whole bunch of assets to use for tents or structures and they aren't maybe liquor branding, and it's an event that's maybe family, because sometimes there's a purpose for it. And, this is an adult event. But it's just, in terms of thinking ahead, it would be great to know that people are considering the fact that the youth are coming to us saying, it's really a lot. We see it everywhere we go. And, I imagine there would be some events, that you have tents for that maybe you don't need to let all the little kids who are skiing here, kind of glamorize it. So it's not really an ask of anything, just a consideration,
Absolutely.
because we don't really notice it. It's just in our face all the time, and we just kind of take it for granted. So I feel like this is just, since you're here and we've heard from the kids on this, maybe it's something
Can I,
to
I'm
let you
happy
know.
to connect with you. On
Yeah,
another
I mean,
note.
I don't know what the options are. I don't have specific events in mind, but I don't know, Patty.
no, Jeffrey has a great option. I'm pointing at him again twice in
Oh, yeah?
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because he contacted the folks at Belly Up about the Up in the Sky event and maybe having a booth or something. Do you want to explain? And maybe the ski company can consider that.
So we had 2 reach outs from students. One was we were banning nicotine and nicotine packets, second county in the U.S., or second county in the state, sorry, Denver and Pitkin. And the second reach out was from students who basically said, hey, even when we're walking around downtown, when we go to New York Pizza, right next to it's a pot shop. And so we don't have a safe space anymore in the Valley. And so we met with David Goldberg and his team and put them together and said, okay, is there a way, for example, through Up in the Sky, that we can make this a little more, they're both having both family friendly as well as where young adults, high school students could go and they're not faced with either nicotine or alcohol. So it was a request from the students, and so we've been putting them in touch with an organization that, that's looking out for their best interests.
Great.
Do they have any handout literature? I know the group that came in about alcohol was a little more organized than the others. And there might be something, we're trying to give an outlet for this younger generation in our community to, they're really trying to get organized and really make a difference in an effort. And it was interesting, they showed us pictures of their parents' refrigerators in the garage. Maybe their parents, maybe their neighbors, maybe, that were so organized in the types of beer that I was pretty impressed. The kids say you go in there and open it and it's in their face. So they're trying to educate not only the community but their own families, their own parents. So it's kind of an interesting thing the young kids are doing from Aspen High School.
Yeah, I mean, it's separate but related to your approval, but
Absolutely.
it's something that I think as a board, we don't approve that many either liquor licenses or events, and it's like, okay, how do we make this a stronger community? So we're happy to put you in touch with the organization, and I'm blanking it.
coming to my name, but
Yeah.
we will get it to you.
Yeah,
It'd be a call to the high school would clarify.
yeah, and we'll go through Sam. But in terms of your application, thank you.
Thank
Any
you, guys.
further questions for Dara or
Yeah,
for?
I just have a comment. So after that presentation by the students, I went to my grandkids and some of their friends and asked, well, when you go to the X Games and concerts, how easy is it for you guys to get alcohol when you're there? They said it's really easy. So, some kind of enhanced barrier system might be in order. And I know that you don't actually do the on-site mechanics at the X Games, but they all go. So
Yeah, I do not check the IDs physically, but I do know we've been looking at that with a much deeper lens and implementing some more technology and ID scanners and stuff like that, and standing up separate wristband checks for 21 and over, separate from bars to kind of disconnect it a little bit. So it's definitely on our minds as well.
great. Well, thank you. I have a question about your permit. So do the proceeds from this event then go to the nonprofit?
Yeah, a portion of the proceeds will go to the Environment Foundation.
Because your permit expenses are pretty high, so what is the ticket price for this?
We launched at $150 for a ticket for a 3-hour.
So your permits are almost like half of what you take in, or a third maybe?
Depending on how ticket sales go. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Well,
The Environment Foundation is great. My son sat on it for a brief period of time,
Okay.
some years ago, and really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a great organization, and the majority of their funding is employee funded. I think there's over 1,200 of us that donate, each pay a portion
Both
of,
my kids.
and some outside ancillary opportunities are fairly few and far between. So when we can tie an event to it, we're happy to do so.
Great, thank you.
So, and we would love to connect you with Kayla Bailey, and she is with Aspen School District. But her organization is called the Healthy Futures Coalition.
Great.
And we can share that presentation she gave to the board. And again, it felt good as a board, and even again with Up in the Sky, we were a couple months out, so this might be too close. They were open to, yeah, we'll have a safe place for families and a safe place for kids. So, sorry about.
And just to
yeah,
get the
thanks for
education
sharing
out
this.
there, if anything.
Yeah.
Is it still called Wine at the Mine, or is it, what's it called? something else?
No.
That was an old one.
That was
That's previous. What are you
Yes.
calling it?
I'm hoping ours is not similar to Wine in the Mine. This one is called Smuggler's Social.
Cool.
Wine in the Mine is when they wouldn't allow box wines to be advertised or participate in Food and Wine because they didn't have a cork in them. So, it became Wine at the Mine. They were
So-
box and can, it was the can guys that started it, but then the box guys joined in, yeah. I
Further-
would like to make a motion.
So we should open the
It's a
public
public
hearing,
Oh.
and then I'll entertain a motion. So public hearing, anyone in the room would like to make a public comment, 3 minutes, or online? Looking for a hand. Seeing none, bringing it back to the room, looking for a motion.
Now I'd like to make a motion to approve a special events liquor license application for the Environment Foundation.
Thank you, Patty.
Seconded.
Craig, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks for your
you all.
time.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate it.
everyone.
Thanks, Tara.
And Mr. Chair, may I take 1 minute?
Please.
Joni Carr, I just want you to know we just officially appointed you to the Senior Services Board. So thank you. I just saw you come in, so I wanted you to know. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thank you. So we are on to individual considerations items. First reading set for public hearing on June the 24th. First one up is Connie, who I think is online.
Good afternoon, Board. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this afternoon, we're here with the first reading of budget supplemental requests. Staff was with the board yesterday afternoon to go through their requests and give the board an opportunity to ask questions or give feedback. All of the requests together would increase the county's 2026 budgeted expenditures by $12.75 million, offset by an increase in revenues of $6.9 million, for a net budget increase of about $5.8 million. Now that 12.7 million sounds like a very large number. Just a little context, about 60% of that is the Solid Waste Center. About 25% is Open Space and Trails with their 3 requests, and then 15% the remainder of the requests. And I'll briefly mention the different requests. First, there's the new dispatch center construction. This is a 5% increase on an $8.5 million project. And the full cost of the project will be fully reimbursed through the issuance of certificates of participation later on this year once the project is closer to completion. and the request is for $400,000. Then in the general fund, there's ComDev Sages software enhancements. That's a request for $114,000. In the Human Services Fund, $50,000 for the older adults CSA program. This is community supported agriculture. That's through the senior center. There is a pass-through grant of $15,000 to the Aspen Community Foundation from Colorado Housing and Finance Authority. Then in the Solid Waste Center, a request for a little over $7.5 million for the new campus capital project at the Solid Waste Center. This is part of the Solid Waste Center expansion project. That will bring their total budget up to about $29 million. And as Tyler mentioned yesterday, they may not spend that full amount, but the request is there. Next, Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund. There's a supplemental for debt proceeds and debt issuance costs. And these are approximations, but that way we have all of the appropriations in the Healthy Rivers Fund budget when the debt is issued later this summer. About $685,000 in expenditures, and then an estimation on the debt proceeds of a little over $5.9 million. In Healthy Rivers, there's a transfer from the Healthy Rivers Fund to the Airport Fund, and this is $303,000 that is in a restricted part of the Healthy Rivers Fund balance because it is sales tax collected on aviation fuel. And this funding can only be used for projects that meet both the ballot measure language of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund and are on the airport property. Then finally for Healthy Rivers, a $120,000 request for engineering to close out the Whitewater Park Streamside Amenities project. The last three requests are from the Open Space and Trails Fund. There's the Doré Way fire truck turnaround in the Wild Rose subdivision. That is $200,000. Snowmass Creek Trailhead improvements, $1.4 million. And then the last is the Glacier Farmstead restoration. The request is a little over $1.5 million and includes 4 different parts. There is the historic farmstead house, barn dominium, agricultural buildings, and a log barn. So those are all of the requests. Does the board have questions or concerns about this budget resolution?
Any questions for Connie? We heard more details from each of the business owners yesterday.
I just have the same comment, and I'm hopeful that in the future, when we have projects come through that are phased, that we have the phasing budget request come in at one time rather than 3/4 of the way down a project when we have no choice but to continue it. I'd like to see the whole picture. I know there's times when it can't happen, but there's other times when it could happen and it should happen. So, but I'm comfortable with moving these requests forward at this time.
And I'll make a motion to do just that.
And I will second your motion.
Francine, Patty, further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And set for second reading public hearing on the 24th.
Connie, thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks,
Thank you.
Connie.
Bye.
Thanks, Connie.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Kruger, seeing none. Thank you, Open Space. Thank you, U.S. Forest Service. Great to see everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Kruger, both have hands up.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Doing well, Drew. Good afternoon.
Thanks for your time. Looks like we have, Jeff has also hopped on. Right, there he is.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Thank you for greening up our landscape.
All right, well, if it's all right, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen because I have a little PowerPoint presentation here that should be pretty quick, just to share with you all. Please let me know if you can see it. Is that visible?
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So we're here today to present to the board an opportunity for some grant funding, which is very rare these days in the broadband realm, but we're very excited for it, and we think we have a very competitive opportunity to apply for some grant funding. So we're looking to get that approval to apply for the grant, and if received, sign the grant, as well as just any direction from the board on considerations or other thoughts with what we're trying to accomplish here. So in short, the Colorado Broadband Office has released what they call the Advanced Colorado Broadband State and Local Dollars. It was just announced on April 28th, given a very short window of application from April 30th to June 29th, to apply for up to $27.4 million in funding dedicated to connecting broadband and enhancing the statewide connectivity to the internet. 60% of those funds are dedicated specifically to middle mile tier 1 projects, and that is what we are talking about today. Now, just quickly, when I say middle mile, for anyone who's not aware, we're not talking about that really long interstate connectivity and backhaul from major carriers or connectivity to customers and local residents, which is the last mile. We're really focusing on that middle mile, which is really focused on connecting anchor institutions, local meet-me centers, and municipalities that can provide these services for the last mile in the future, which is the intent of this Advanced Colorado Broadband Grant. Now, there are some eligibility requirements and application requirements. Most of them are pretty self-explanatory, but government entities such as Pickens County are eligible to apply, and partnerships are highly encouraged between ISPs or other municipalities. An important note I would make is that this grant does require at minimum 25% matching funds, but that means that every dollar we spend equates to $4 in actual action to implement our project. There's a lot of different factors that go into this consideration, but one other to note is reasonable cost, that the project is cost effective relative to its scope, because there are a lot of very competitive grants, and $27 million in the realm of broadband is not very much money out there. So it's going to be competitive, but we think we have a really great opportunity, which I'll get to in a second. There's a scoring criteria, of course. Certain components of your project do have different impact on your grant score out of 115 points. I won't go into this today, but just for your awareness, each individual factor and kind of approach to the project can vary how our grant application could be scored for this. Now, the Colorado Broadband Office has notified everybody that they're particularly interested in mid-mile projects that support community anchor institution coverage. That's the CIA acronym. Coverage that can later support underserved and unserved area locations, identified routes by middle mile stakeholders, projects that support redundancy to prevent single points of failure, connection for ISPs, advanced emerging industries, cellular connectivity, economic development, and critically here, reliable public safety, which is really of utmost importance to our entire community. And then one caveat of this application as well is that it must use fiber optic technology. So the opportunity that we are specifically interested in is connecting the new dispatch center at Roaring Fork Fire Station 42 in Elgin-Bell. As you all know, this project is well underway, hopefully going to be spinning up this new dispatch center, I believe, in late 26, early 2027. And this opportunity to connect it is a really huge benefit for not just dispatch and Pickens County, but the entire community. First off, dispatch operations. I think everyone is very familiar that dispatch operations are a cornerstone of public safety. And a lot of the modern technologies that are being implemented, especially in this new dispatch center, are cloud-based. So that resiliency and redundancy of connectivity to the internet is of utmost importance, because this center has to maintain continuous operations without disruption 24/7, 365. Another factor too with our specific dispatch center is in recent years it has pursued a more modular approach where there are satellite dispatch centers here at the South Side office as well as at Mountain Rescue Aspen. And this design kind of necessitates that direct connectivity to ensure seamless operations between the primary and satellite locations. Roaring Fork Fire Station 42 in itself actually is also a very important location to connect. It already serves as a community anchor institution, one as the headquarters for Roaring Fork Fire Rescue, which offers that regional response to the fires, which I know we're all very concerned about. For example, serving as the command center for the Lake Christine fire and I'm sure for ongoing fires on and into the future. It also serves as a reliable meeting place for government and public forums, and it's essentially the located community resource in the Mid-Valley. So it's a great location to serve as kind of a jumping point to potentially serve more last mile residents in the Mid-Valley. Telecom, of course, as our department, has a vested interest in the site as well. We do already have a connection to Crown Mountain from the Station 42 site. However, that resiliency and redundancy is paramount to our operations. And this site is really interesting because we can also see sunlight peak, which is kind of a pinch point for the telecommunications network and could really never have enough redundancy, in my opinion. So it's a very valuable site for telecommunications. And it also provides a lot of opportunity for increased backhaul and bandwidth into our network. If we can bring fiber to this location, it can become a new ingress for all of these internet service providers onto our network for the PCBI to expand, for example, our last mile wireless coverage, which we have pursued throughout the entire Roaring Fork Valley. And you can see in the bottom right corner there the current coverage map that we have. There's also a lot of other beneficiaries to this specific project, which I'm going to get into a little bit more, but specifically I want to just highlight Project Thor, Pathfinder Internet, I think missing one, Town of Basalt. I'm not sure what happened to the logo there in my little presentation, but Town of Basalt is a beneficiary. Eagle County has an opportunity to benefit. The Community Broadband Network, which is Glenwood Springs municipal broadband provider, has an opportunity here, as well as a project we already have located at Station 42, a partnership between us and the Roaring Fork School District to provide low-income students in some of those mobile home areas in the Elgin region with connected services for the school district for schooling, remote learning, et cetera, which kicked off in the COVID timeframe. So a lot of opportunities, and I'm going to touch on these quickly, but just to give you an idea. So how we're looking to connect the Station 42 Center to other infrastructure in the Valley. You may be familiar with the Roaring Fork Broadband Project, which was a collaborative effort between Pickens County Telecom, City of Aspen, Holy Cross Energy, Snowmass Village, and Project Thor. Through Holy Cross Energy, who's installed 144 count fiber up and down the entire valley, we have leased 6 strands in partnership with Project Thor, connecting all of our municipalities together. Pickens County, specifically, we built out fiber and salt to the landfill into our Jackrabbit telecommunications site. City of Aspen has their infrastructure within city limits, and Town of Snowmass Village has also been pursuing a very large expansion of their services. Now, as I mentioned, we also do provide connectivity for the current dispatch centers and their satellite offices. That includes the North 40 Primary Dispatch and MRA, as well as the satellite center here at the Basalt office. So it's a very important fiber backbone that's utilized by the community. Now, this Station 42 is very close to the fiber backbone, but not quite in line with it. Unfortunately, the dispatch center is about 3,300 feet away from the primary fiber line. Now, that doesn't sound like a major distance. However, fiber construction in our valley is very complex because we have a lot of riverbed cobble. There's all kinds of issues with rights of way, property ownership, and then of course cost and construction impacts, which nobody likes to deal with. However, we are pursuing a very unique route that utilizes existing infrastructure to maximize both the value of our dollar and just the efficiency of reaching the site with existing infrastructure and partnerships with various entities who own it. So just to kind of step through this little diagram here to give you an idea of how we're looking to connect the building. First off, from the Holy Cross main line, Pathfinder Internet, who is our close partner in the Pickens County Broadband Initiative, already has existing conduit infrastructure servicing some of the Willits Town Center. And with a very short bore connection that you can see on the top right in red there, we could connect to Town of Basalt conduit, which was installed as part of a shadow conduit process with a CDOT project between Elgin and Original Road. Town of Basalt has given us permission to utilize this conduit. It currently is just stubbed up out of the ground. You may see some large 4-inch conduits along Highway 82. But they have given us permission, if we can put handholds in place, to utilize that conduit and pull fiber all the way up to the Elgin intersection. This is really the crux of the application that we're looking to make. Currently, there's not a viable cross over Highway 82 for fiber. So we are working with Holy Cross Energy to do a make ready on 3 electric poles crossing right next to the Elgin intersection to make that aerial connection happen. It's a pretty expensive component, but it's key to make this entire project happen. But coincidentally, right now, as you all know, the Elgin intersection is in a reconstruction process, and we have worked with Comcast Internet, and they have graciously offered to install conduit for us for free to connect from our fiber line to the Eagle County building, which, again, going back to Eagle County as a beneficiary, this could give them an opportunity to be connected via fiber to the rest of this backbone infrastructure that we have in the valley. Moving on from there, northward through the mobile home, there is some privately owned conduit that Pathfinder has agreements to utilize. So we have an in with Pathfinder to also pull new fiber through the mobile home park, which could also benefit those low-income students in that area with fiber connectivity beyond just the wireless connectivity they have today through our project at Station 42. And then, of course, the Station 42 dispatch connection, wherein conduit has already been placed, and the preparations are underway to make that connectivity work and bring in a new fiber line to the dispatch center. Now, just for an idea, because obviously this is the big component that everyone's going to worry about, is the cost of all of this. Unfortunately, this is a very cost-efficient project because we are utilizing existing infrastructure. However, of course, there are some big expenses. For example, that pole make-ready with Holy Cross, preliminary numbers, we're seeing $60,000 to $80,000 to make those 3 poles ready. Seeing additional costs to actually do the fiber installation. We've mapped out and calculated costs for the various sections, including materials, as well as doing a little bit of preparation work within the new dispatch center at 42 to make the space available for multiple providers to effectively utilize and provide services from Station 42. Of course, then there will also be a little bit of cost with electronics that we need. So total ballpark, I know in the AIS, it did say we're looking at about a 200,000 project. Just with recent meetings and discussions we've had, that figure is more likely to be in the $230,000 to $300,000 range. There are also some additional fees and contingencies that we could add to our application. That could include, for example, installing a high-capacity 144 count fiber along this whole line, which would greatly boost our future-proof nature of the projects, but of course add some significant costs because we probably need about 5 miles of fiber to be safe. We do today have some existing fiber from our other fiber projects that we have spare in stock that we intend to use for this project if we cannot get the approval for the 144 count. Of course, there's permit fees, and you always want to plan for contingency just in case things get a little more expensive, because we've all seen the costs as they've exploded throughout our valley and our country. Now, just to kind of bring it all back, what do we really need today from the BOCC, and why am I presenting all this? First and foremost, just approval and support to apply for this grant opportunity. I believe we have a very competitive offer, and I think it's a really great opportunity for multiple partners. So I really think we are competitive, but the grant itself will also be very competitive. I know for a fact, I believe Northwest COG is looking at applying for $8 million of that, so almost a quarter of it could be gone with a single project. So it's very important, though, that we pursue this, I believe. But also, I just want to bring the awareness of the financial implications to the county. As of now, we are intending to apply as the primary applicant. We do have support and partnership with Pathfinder Internet and the utilization of their conduit, as well as some capability to perform some of this construction to reduce those costs and make it a little bit more effective. But the county needs to be prepared financially to take that burden, because this is a reimbursement grant. So that up to $300,000 mark needs to be incorporated potentially into county budgets. Now, granted, the timeline for the grant today, it's likely not to be officially awarded until the fall. They're saying about the October timeframe. So it's unlikely that any construction would happen this year. However, there could be some potential to initiate some construction activities, which could begin, adding to the 2026 budget, which would be brought to the BOCC as a supplementary request. Otherwise, we would be looking to ideally incorporate these costs into the 2027 budgeting across the various impacted departments, as well as looking for additional partnership and support financially from the beneficiaries, such as Eagle County, Town of Basalt, maybe whoever was willing to donate, really. And then lastly, I just wanted to see if the BOCC has any significant questions, but also additional considerations or interests that they would like to see incorporated within this application. Again, it is a great opportunity that with a minimum 25% match, you can effectively multiply by 4 the value of your dollar. It is more competitive to take a larger cost share, so that might be a consideration as well into the overall cost of the project. But I want to make sure that the BOCC you know, supports this opportunity first and foremost, but if there's any other things that you would like us to factor in as we pursue this grant opportunity. Been talking pretty fast and a lot, so I'm going to leave it there. And Jeff, if you have anything to add, or if the BOCC has questions, I am all ears.
Jeff.
Yeah, that was great, Drew. I just want to add that it's been a real challenge for us getting connectivity to Station 42. It's hard to believe in this day and age that there is no middle mile fiber in that area. And we need fiber to operate a 911 dispatch center. We have actually contracted with Comcast to get fiber over there, but this will provide not only, you know, having our own county-owned dark fiber will basically provide unlimited bandwidth and add that extra layer of redundancy and resiliency. So I think this application, and Drew's really been leading this effort, and I just want to commend Drew for his time that he's put into this. But I think this is really important for our new 911 dispatch center to get fiber to that location. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions for Drew or Jeff? So Patty and then Greg.
Yeah, thank you for a very intensive, extensive update on this. Again, I find it interesting that we're building a dispatch center in an area where we knew didn't have capabilities to provide this service. But that being said, we need to move it forward. In the AIS that accompanying this request, in the first paragraph, you state this is a first reading with second confirmatory. It's not a confirmatory. That only applies to emergency reso, so it would just be a second reading and public hearing on June 24th, which I think we'll be moving it along to. The third thing I have is, have we, or have you, looked into federal dollars? I think there's been some discussion at the federal level about broadband, especially in rural areas, for grant opportunities. I can look into that with the National Association of Counties and let you guys know if you haven't already looked into that.
Yeah, that would be fantastic if you have additional avenues for potential sources. The primary federal level funding that's come out in the last 5 years or so has been RDOF funding, and I can't remember what that acronym stands for, and then BEAD funding, which was the Broadband Equity and Diversity funding, I believe, which was also administered by the CBO. We were interested in pursuing opportunities with the BEAD grant. However, with the changes in the federal government, there was a lot of shakeup, and unfortunately, a lot of the competitive advantage was given to low Earth orbit satellite. In fact, Project Kuiper via Amazon, which doesn't exist yet today, was granted almost half of the funding by the Colorado Broadband Office. So it was kind of disadvantageous, I would say, to local broadband expansion, especially in the fiber realm. Since then, there haven't been opportunities announced by the CBO, who does administer more of that federal funding on the state level. But we are always looking to keep an ear out. So certainly, Pat, if you have any avenues or ideas, we'd always love to hear that.
When I get more information through the National Association of Counties, I think the discussion has been opened up, and there may be some other opportunities. I'll make sure I send it on to you. Thanks, Drew.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Commissioner Postman.
Yeah, thank you. So when you were showing us the intersection down in Willits at Elgibel, I couldn't help but think about the underpass that exists there and wondering if there might be a more fire resilient, safer way to route that line through the underpass than on a wire over the highway. And I don't know if that's an existing wire that's already there. It would just be joining other power lines or phone lines, or if we're actually going to string new wire across the highway, which seems like going the wrong direction, especially if we're looking at fire and resilience. So did you look at the underpass, and is that even an option?
Yeah, one of the challenges with the underpass in particular, where it lands us is also not near other existing conduit. It would land us on the wrong side of Elgibel Road there, which will then still require making that traverse up to Station 42 in Elgibel. And as I mentioned, that underground cost in our area can be incredibly difficult and expensive and a little bit treacherous when dealing with all of the underground utilities that are in the area. This opportunity specifically connects right into existing fiber. And then across that line today, there does exist fiber. Comcast actually has a fiber line, funny enough, that crosses those same poles. The other issue is with the underpass and working with, and this is not a critique at all on CDOT's part, but they're generally not very receptive to adding additional conduit to their infrastructure and their own, utilities and that kind of stuff. So we have looked at other existing underground crossings within the area, but either received little to no response or have actually found that some of the infrastructure has been concreted shut, which we were pretty surprised by, but the decisions to do that were made by the owners, the state. So
well, thanks.
we have looked at that, but just when it came to economic feasibility, particularly within the grant timeframe that we were given, it just did not seem like a viable opportunity.
Copy that. And then just to reconfirm, so Comcast already provides fiber, but you want redundancy, is that correct?
Correct. They do have a fiber backbone. They partner with Holy Cross, connecting across the highway. Now, the extent of that connectivity, I am not certain. Private ISPs also hold that information pretty close to the chest. However, even though there is fiber backbone, that doesn't mean that fiber services are being provided from it. Oftentimes, they'll just use that from point A to point B, but not actually provide services to anyone in the intermediary. So this is one of those obstacles that we're looking to potentially also overcome with this, is it opens up opportunity for more providers and not just a monopoly by Comcast, who I don't want to say is withholding of expanding fiber, but it can be very cost prohibitive, and they're not interested in doing it. They more are interested in that cable connection to the premise instead of doing a direct fiber.
Copy. I was just thinking that maybe there's an interim solution. If say the grant doesn't come through, you may have a fallback position worth exploring before spending a lot of money.
Absolutely.
We are contracting with Comcast to get fiber to Station 42. So
Copy.
This
Okay,
will-
so you're
this-
already on it. I wanted to make sure I understood what was happening in redundancy.
Yeah, that fiber is going to be connected by the end of this year in time for prior to the new dispatch center going online. So we will have a Comcast fiber connection prior to dispatch going online, but that's a paid for circuit, whereas having county owned fiber, which will then, if this grant is awarded, not be in place probably till later next year, is providing, again, just more bandwidth and resiliency.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jacober.
I'm a little confused about how the fire station has been operating without adequate bandwidth, and now we're having to figure out how to provide that. I mean, surely when we went into partnership, there was some understanding that we were going to need a lot of connectivity. And if you just fill me in a little bit about where the fire station stands with this, and so I can understand better why we're sort of picking this up.
Yeah, they've been able to get by with Comcast cable, as well as we've got a microwave link that provides them connectivity between Station 42 as well as all their other stations. And that's through the Pickens County Telecom Network. Yeah, they are supportive of this grant application. In fact, Chief Thompson has written a letter of support for this grant opportunity. So yes, they in turn want to get fiber as well. And in fact, we are partnering to contract fiber with Comcast for both Station 42 as well as the new 911 dispatch center.
I don't think that answered your
Does
question.
that answer your?
Well, I'm not really. I mean, so if the grant doesn't come through, are we going to proceed with this with some other financial means? And would that be supplanted by help from Eagle County or the fire station, or I don't know, maybe it's called authority, I don't know what it's called, but, you know.
Jeff, I think it would be helpful if you can speak to kind of the difference of what is the cable that the Roaring Fork Fire is using right now and kind of that capacity versus what we would be renting and doing a pay for service of Comcast and would be getting as that relates to requirements for dispatch and connectivity. And then this grant is kind of the ideal situation and how we talk about that as far as requirements for dispatch versus what is currently kind of baseline at the firehouse. I think that would help get some level setting for the board.
Yeah, the current baseline is 200 meg through a Comcast cable. So they have contracted with Comcast to get fiber, which is a 1 gig circuit. We're also adding a 1 gig circuit. That will be in place prior. They've given us a date of October 1st to have that in place. The project that we're putting forward is to run all new county-owned fiber, basically expanding the Roaring Fork broadband project. And in that case, we would have, could be upwards of 10 gig or even 100 gig connectivity to the fire station. So that's kind of the escalation in terms of bandwidth. But yeah, this is something that I really can't, not sure I can answer the question, or maybe even Drew can, about if this grant does not get awarded, how we proceed. I think that's a question we'll tackle once we get to that point.
I could actually chime in a little bit on that. So again, one of the big keys we're looking to make is that resiliency and redundancy. Today we do have that microwave link, which can do around about a gig of connectivity into the fire station, and then having Comcast come in with fiber. I mean, it's great to have that provider, but if something happens to Comcast, that fallback is limited to that just gigabit capacity across the telecommunications network, which when it comes to the intensive data utilization in the station may not be sufficient or appropriate for ongoing operations. So we want to build that resiliency there. Prior to the announcement of this grant, we were actually still pursuing the same opportunity. However, due to the funding mechanisms, the approach was that Pathfinder Broadband would make this connection on their own, and that we would give them a large upfront payment for, say, a 10-year lease that would enable them to pay the capital costs to make that aerial crossing happen. In doing so, though, that also makes us reliant upon Pathfinder and another ISP to provide us that digital circuit. It wouldn't enable us to have that dark fiber connection that we could directly connect all of our other locations together. So if the grant doesn't come through, it'll be very disappointing, but it could happen because it's very competitive. But there are still avenues to make this same connection happen. However, Pitkin County would not be the owner of that dark fiber. We would be a lessee, and it would be similar to the situation we have with Comcast, where we are more reliant and dependent upon a third party to continue our operations within dispatch. So this really dramatically improves that capability. And specifically with Project Thor coming into the dispatch center, Project Thor is an open access carrier effectively, and that would enable virtually any ISP that has a presence in Denver to come into the area. So it really opens up that competitive nature in the area as well, because as we all know, when you get that monopoly in an area where you have only one provider, the prices go up, the service goes down, and we're really looking to avoid that because it's just a common pitfall for all broadband services that one carrier comes in that nobody else wants to. And it's often up to municipalities to make that push to bring in those options and that ability for other carriers to come in and provide those services. So that's really, in my opinion, the big benefit. But if this grant does fall through, that doesn't mean that dispatch is not operational. Far from it. We can still make this happen, but we're just going to be at a less strong position to improve our community because we'll simply be just another customer versus having that ability to open up to new services to really benefit the community at large.
Well, I appreciate that answer. It's sort of surprising the scale at which you're increasing your gig capacity from 1 or 2 to 100. I'm not able to really understand this because I'm not computer and internet and all of this expert, but it seems like a heck of a lot of redundancy. And I mean, I'm going to support the grant application, of course, but I don't know. It just seems like, you know, you only need a Toyota to go to work, but you want a Cadillac. So I'm not quite sure how I'll feel if the grant doesn't go through.
Yeah, you got to think of the
First.
it's having hundreds of Toyotas versus having a single Ferrari. So yeah, even though we're increasing bandwidth significantly, the idea is this would be a stepping off point or a meet-me center, if you will, to service the community.
And this is well within the spirit of the CBO grants. This is a middle mile fiber application with the implication that there will be that last mile connectivity in the future. It's not anything that we have to demonstrate as here's exactly who will get fiber connectivity after this is complete. But that is the spirit of the grant, is that we build this robust middle mile infrastructure so that multiple providers, multiple carriers can come in. Because as Pickens County, you know, a gigabit across our microwave, for example, that might get us across for, you know, just keeping dispatch services running, but it won't enable us to provide any services whatsoever to any of our other functions or to the other, you know, local residents in the community who might benefit from that middle mile anchor institution and then the growth that can happen from it. So it's really a future-proofing exercise, I feel.
Greg?
Locally in Eagle County or throughout our entire county?
This opportunity could actually benefit our entire county, particularly through the wireless network. It provides us extreme redundancy for the Pickens County Broadband Initiative, which again is that fixed wireless infrastructure. This Mid-Valley location has also sparked the interest specifically of Project Thor, but also the Glenwood Community Broadband, who is interested in also expanding services further up the valley, which is made possible, you know, with this, but also with, you know, Holy Cross and these growing partnerships that we have. So yes, there is a large benefit to Eagle County. There's no denying that because this is within Eagle County, but it offers kind of that stepping stone for further reach into Pickens County because all of this internet traffic is all coming from the down valley upward, and it's really kind of building that stepping stone to improve that opportunity in the future.
Okay.
Greg and then Patty, and then I'm going to see if we can call the question.
Yeah, I only need a short answer, okay? A yes or no answer or a very brief one will do. Have you exhausted your opportunities to speak to CDOT about using their conduit, if it was even viable? If they had viable conduit and they said yes, would you use it? Is the first question. And then second one is there any way we could help you reach out to CDOT, the director of CDOT, or somebody upstairs who can direct their focus on helping you? Because this helps them. Thanks. But short answer, this is going on a little too long, so I'd want to keep us moving. Thanks.
Yeah, I think if the opportunity arose, we would utilize CDOT fiber. I'm completely open to any opportunities there are for any infrastructure. And as for reaching out, certainly if there are good, strong connections that could provide interest, we're always open.
Well, you'd have to ask us to do it.
Well, if I can jump in, I think the quick is it's important that a lot of the work that the telecommunications team is doing is also in partnership with Northwest COG, Project Thor. So I think we can work within all of our partners who is also doing some work with CDOT, and we can follow up and see if there's interest from CDOT.
Great, thanks. That may be a door we didn't open.
Yep.
Thanks.
Patty?
Yeah, real quick. I was going to bring up Thor, having been involved with Thor since it was started. And one of the benefits of Thor is you don't own your own fiber. Then you don't have to do the maintenance and the upkeep and all of this. That's one of the bonuses, and I don't know why we're not working through Thor. Do we want to be our own owner? I mean, is that necessary? That's a question I have, which I think we need to have answered. The other thing is, again, with this facility that we're building in Elgibel, we knew we were going to have to connect, and now you're coming back to us. If the grant fails, we have to come up with possibly another $200,000 over the $400,000 we were just asked to complete phase 3 of this project. So now do we add that $200,000 on top of the $400,000? And these are things we knew at the beginning of this project, and I'm again concerned and disappointed it's coming back to us after the facts. But we have no choice now but to move forward. I do definitely support a grant application and anything we can do to help move that forward. But I think there's other options rather than ownership just for the sake of saying we're the owner.
And I think what I'm hearing from the board is if the grant does not come through, then I think we can talk at the staff level and see what other options are as we look at immediate, we do want redundancy for our dispatch center. It's really critical to make sure we have those 911 services, and we can look at what are short-term and long-term redundancy plans if the grant doesn't come through. But let's.
And who can help fund it? If we're going to be servicing a lot of the people in Eagle County as a stepping stone, we need to have partners involved in this. So, Pitkin County cannot continue to just be the one putting in the dollars on lots of projects. Thank you.
Final
thing,
thoughts?
Yeah, just looking at the red line crossing Highway 82, if one crane truck could take out both Comcast and our fiber, if that's where our fiber, if both lines are there, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that seems to me.
That was a good, quick answer. He
Thank
didn't
you.
want to expand on that one, did he?
Okay.
So
That's not really redundancy then.
It's not redundancy then, is it?
further questions,
They're
comments?
both lines.
They're right next to each other.
Seeing none, I'm looking for a resolution to approve, looking for a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, authorizing the chair to sign a grant application to be submitted to the Colorado Broadband Office for the Advanced Colorado Broadband Office for the Advanced Local Broadband Grant, and if awarded, approving and authorizing the chair to sign the grant agreement
So moved.
with the Office of Information and Technology.
Right.
No, you're good. Sorry.
Second.
That was my sense of humor. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Francie. Further discussion? I miss the days of 19.2 Hayes smart modems.
Exactly, me
So,
too.
And I can, if I can quickly make just one comment to
Please.
Patty's concerns. If this connection doesn't happen, that certainly does not mean that dispatch is not operational.
I'm not saying
This is
that.
that additional layer of redundancy. So there won't necessarily be a demand that we have to come up with this additional funding to make this connection happen. But we really feel that it's a massive community benefit and a benefit to the county that we're interested in. And then we don't want to open this Pandora's box yet, but Project Thor is specifically interested in Pitkin County becoming a full-fledged Thor partner. That comes with more significant costs that we're not prepared to burden yet. However, it may be a future discussion with this connectivity if it does occur.
We've been discussing it
Drew.
for 10 years.
thank you, Drew. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so
guys.
much, Drew and Jeff.
All right, thank you.
So I'm looking for a motion to continue the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, amending the Aspen Chapel Property Restrictive Covenant to June 24th, 2026.
So moved.
Greg, thank you.
Second.
Second,
This is a public
Francie.
hearing.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That has been moved to
We don't
June
have to
24th,
open it.
2026.
The public hearing. Does this not have to be a public?
No, this is only the first reading.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we're on item number 8, which is vaults and
Trenches.
trenches. Thank you. It seemed like Dungeons and Dragons, but yes,
It is similar.
vaults and trenches.
Good afternoon. I am
Chutes and
Jared
ladders.
Fielding. I am with Jacobson Daniels. I'm your airfield program manager. Today we have easements with Holy Cross. The existing easements are from between, I believe, 1976 and 2025. This would shift those easements as we do need to move some of those power lines, and that's associated with your runway shift project. If you give me one moment, I will throw a.
Hi, Diane.
Diane is on.
Hi, Diane.
Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, Diane. I know you were gonna introduce that. So the area where this is happening is towards the right. So it'll be adjacent to where the Owl Creek Road shift is. In your packet material in the AIS, we included an image of that section that you would be driving down Owl Creek Road, about where those easements are. So those are, to the right. And then there's one easement that is associated with the AOC area. That's going to be an update from where the easement was when the EV chargers were installed a few years ago. So very basically, in this southern area, when the runway shifts and the T-cup shifts, the vehicle service road and the bike path all shift through here, and this will be required utility relocation through that area.
I have a question.
Please,
So it's
Patty.
technically taking an existing easement and shifting it.
Yeah, and typically how we do this, Patty, is that we'll grant a new easement through this ordinance. We will go ahead and move the lines, do the construction. Once we're done and we confirm that the new easement's in the right place and everything else, then we will abandon the old easements
Perfect, thank you.
or vacate
And this is so we can start work soon.
very soon, yes.
Thank you.
Further questions for trenching and vaulting?
I'd love to make a motion.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Please.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, granting underground easement to Holy Cross Energy and approving a trench conduit and vault agreement with Holy Cross Energy to facilitate the Aspen Pickens County Airport Sardi Field Airport Modernization Program.
I'll second it.
Excellent, Greg. Further discussion regarding the AMP trenches and vaults? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Gia.
So again, for the public, thank you. Thank you, GR. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Item number 9 was moved earlier today. It's the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, overruling the Planning and Zoning Commission Resolution Number PZ 009-2026 and authorizing the implementation of the Phillips Mobile Home Park project that has been moved to number 13 on our agenda as per additions and deletions earlier. So we're looking at number 10, which would be Raleigh Baccarat, and I think she's going to be online regarding a PACT grant, PACT contract.
What's on there? Oh.
So we're going to skip, we're going to go directly to Ashley Pearl regarding Cavern Springs Mobile Home Park.
Will you promote April Long, please, spouse?
Ashley and April, welcome, and then if,
No, don't come up. Don't come up. Good
it's not,
afternoon.
it's, you don't need to use your library voice.
I'm Ashley Pearl, Resiliency and Housing Director for Pickens County, and online I'm joined by April Long with the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. This is an emergency ordinance that allows the chair to sign a letter of intent or a letter of interest in contributing $1.5 million from the Housing Property Tax Fund towards the Cavern Springs Mobile Home Park initiative for them to become a resident-owned community. April has some very exciting news about this deal, so I thought this would be a good time to share that, and then I'm happy to answer any questions about the letter. I will just say the letter is non-binding. It's just the residents would like to put in an offer next week, and in order to get the loan amount to put the offer in, the loan company needs to see that they do have contributions for things that are not debt, i.e. the cash from local governments. And so this letter, along with all the other letters from the local governments, just shows that if the deal goes through, we are committed. It has a lot of stipulations in there that I'm sure you saw in the resolution of making sure there's a deed restriction on the property and other things like that. But happy to answer those questions after April shares the exciting
April's going to
news.
share some funding news and a large grant.
I exactly took the words out of my mouth. I have some very exciting
Don't
news.
steal it, thunder.
The Colorado Health Foundation has awarded this project $4.5 million to support the residents in the purchase of this park. So applause all around. Thanks and gratitude to the Colorado Health Foundation. That money, that award is being given to the Aspen Community Foundation, and they will be supplying that as a subsidy, very similar to the rest of your grants in the entire package for the purchase of this park.
Great news, thank you.
That's awesome.
It's really awesome.
Well deserved, and thank you for that excellent news.
Good job.
Additional questions for Ashley or April?
If I just may add, just
Please.
for context, that brings that our total subsidy amount to over 11.5 million. And the purchase price on that park, as a reminder, the purchase price is $23 million. The acquisition price is estimated at $25 million.
It wasn't 24, 25, it's 23, 24?
23, 25.
23 for the purchase price. We increased the acquisition price. The senior lender and Thistle Rock, the nonprofit that's working with the residents, wanted a larger purchase price because they believe that there may be more immediate capital needs than we were estimating initially.
Thank you. So that is a change. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Patty?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for another job extremely well done and beyond. I think it's critical to support these preservation of these communities. Living in one myself that was one of the first preserved in Pickens County. And I know we're going to, we wish that we had partners from Garfield County since it's in unincorporated Garfield County, but we're not going to let that go. We're going to keep working on that because we are anticipating future projects just like this one, and maybe we can get some assistance from Garfield County in the future. I also think it's important to note the importance of preserving mobile home parks. That these are people's homes and they live on leased land, which leaves them with a lot of uncertainty. So it's nice to know when they have owners who believe in preserving mobile home parks. Because there's lots of families and children, and they are small micro communities amongst themselves, but it's a neighbor to neighbor kind of thing, and it's nice to live in an area where you know you have a neighbor next door. If something comes up, if the neighbor needs help or if you need help, you can go knock on a neighbor's door. And I think that's an amazing quality in these small enclaves of affordable housing. So I really applaud. I wasn't here when the board moved forward on this amount of money, but I thank the rest of the board members for doing so, for seeing the value in preserving mobile home parks. So thank you.
Excellent. Kara?
If I can, I just would also like to commend April and the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. They really stepped up when the requests were coming individually to all the local governments, and she really helped put all of us together and also get a challenge to the residents and to build the private. So thank you, April, and to the entire West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition, that if we didn't have that group in this valley, I don't know if we would be able to step in like we have been on a few of these.
Been a real valley effort.
So do you need a letter to the Colorado Health Foundation from the board saying thank you? It's a question for
I
Ashley
think
and April.
that April
Covered.
will work on that separately. Yeah.
If you need something, please let us know.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say.
Good idea.
Because we're overjoyed by their participation, and thank you to ACF as well.
Great.
So,
Yeah, we'll pass that along. And this is really great news. There's still a couple hurdles, not to put a wet blanket on it, but the residents are going to submit an offer letter next week. That still needs to be accepted, and they need to work out the terms, and then they will begin due diligence on what we don't know about the park. And then from the day the offer letter is accepted, or the offer is accepted, it'll be 120 days till close, I believe, unless they negotiate other terms. So we'll keep, the board will need to approve a couple more things if the money actually goes out the door. So we'll be back in front of you if that is
And make
moving
sure
forward.
we know when we can do this the celebration, the party. So
Patty's in it for the
welcome
party.
them to, let us know.
I will make a motion to approve the emergency resolution authorizing the chair to sign a letter of intent to financially support the resident purchase of the Cavern Springs Mobile Home Park, set for confirmatory reading and public hearing on June 24th.
I will second.
further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much, April. Thank you, great to see you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Ashley.
Ashley, great to see you. Rally Baccarat,
Yep, I was just gonna say, Rally is back online, so we can go back to
sorry.
item 10, if you would like.
So for the public, we're going back to item 10, we found Raleigh Baccarat.
Is she online? Is Rally online? She is. Oh, okay, great.
There she
There
is.
she is.
Hey everyone, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry to join you online. I'm actually in Dallas for a co-responder conference. So I can go ahead and introduce myself and the emergency resolution. So Raleigh Backrack, I'm the PACT administrator with the Public Health Department. This emergency resolution is to approve funds from the BHA for our co-responder program, PACT. The BHA has provided PACT funding since our existence in state fiscal year 2018. So it is our longest standing grant source. And so this is an amendment for another grant year, state fiscal year 2027. This is our last grant year in the cycle, and then we will be planning to reapply for state fiscal year 28. The total amount is $390K, and that will support a full-time case manager, a full-time co-responder clinician, majority of my salary, as well as some operating expenses. I will open it up for some questions.
Questions for Ally? Patty?
Real quick, not a question, but again, we continue to brag about this program. We brag locally, regionally, statewide, and national when we have the opportunity. It's a great program for many aspects and for many reasons and purposes. And thank you for all the passion and hard work you put in. And and we'll move it forward again the next round of grants. And so I'm really excited to be moving this one forward today for an emergency resolution, I'm sure related to timing. And we'll be setting it for second reading confirmatory if we decide to move it on, I believe, the 24th.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
Excellent. Greg, thank you.
Nice.
Further discussion or questions for Ally?
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Riley.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a
Enjoy
good
your,
afternoon.
enjoy your conference.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Captain Treat,
In Texas, everybody's going to Texas.
VMAT.
Did you make your flight
VMAT.
reservation?
I think there should be a competition. Who's got the best acronym? It's definitely the airport. It's got
He's
some
got a lot
pretty
of
good
them.
ones. Yeah.
Don't ask them for a book of acronyms. It's about this thick. I did that when I first got elected. I was not a good choice on my part.
Thanks for joining us a couple days in a row. Good to see you.
Absolutely.
Are you presenting?
I am.
Cool.
Okay. I'm here to talk to you all about the, first of all, I'm Captain Treat from Aspen-Pickens County Airport. Here to talk to you about the VMAT system grant that we've been approached by FAA regarding. So first of all, what is VMAT? It stands for Vehicle Movement Area Transponders. Essentially what it does is it puts an electronic device in all of our airfield vehicles that makes our vehicles visible on the air traffic control system. Essentially once per second, it'll broadcast our location and our identifier, our call sign, to the air traffic control tower. Thank you. So that they can see us on the airfield. Right now, we do not have this technology. It is a two-part technology. It's the transponders in the vehicles, and then it's the equipment in the tower itself. So one of the reasons we don't have the equipment already is because it wouldn't even be picked up by anything in the tower. So part of this whole program is the FAA is putting forth money to not only put the system in the tower, but then equip our vehicles with this technology. So it provides a lot of benefits, especially in low visibility situations like during our snowstorms. We'll frequently have snow removal equipment, operations vehicles, maintenance vehicles out on that runway for hours and hours on end. So when the visibility gets low, the tower can still see our position. And it's also a secondary confirmation too, where, if they're looking out and they're trying to make visual confirmation of all the snow removal equipment that they're off to come land a plane. Not only do they have visual confirmation, but they have electronic confirmation as well. It also has collision detection technology. So if an aircraft is coming on approach and gets too close and the system detects that a vehicle is still on the runway, it will alert the air traffic controller that there is a collision alert and hopefully avoid any disaster.
This, of course, was an initiative spurred by the recent crash at LaGuardia Airport, where tragically there's an airport crash truck that was responding to another emergency on the field and was cleared to cross a runway with an aircraft on final. The crash truck could not stop in time to avoid a collision, and the two pilots did not make the crash. The firefighters did survive. But this really was kind of a big eye-opener for the FAA. And they have since put out the Surface Awareness Initiative, to where they're trying to equip more and more airports with this technology. And we've been identified as one of the top candidates in Colorado for this technology. So they've made this grant available to us. The total grant amount would be, or the total amount for the system on our end would be the $175,500. The FAA share would be $166,725, with the airport responsible for $8,775. And once again, that is to equip every airfield vehicle with this. So every vehicle that the county owns and operates that operates inside the fence will be equipped with one of these transponders. So I'd love to answer any questions that you may have.
So VMAT's not new, but this grant is new
Yes.
as a result of.
Yes, VMAT's been.
If I can step in too, I may
Oh, sure.
be able to assist with that, Ted.
Yeah.
If that's okay, Jeffrey.
Please, Diane.
We were approached this week, and this is why it's on as an emergency read, that we are able to jump on the 2026 year-end grants for this. And the tower will have the equipment available to do this in 26. So it was asked of us if we could turn this grant quickly, as in this week. So it was perfect timing that we had a board meeting. So that's why it's on an emergency resolution for us.
Yeah, no, I think it's something you want to move quickly on, and 5% contribution is it's a good deal.
It's a very good deal.
Yeah.
And
we won't have state in there because we've already taken our state portion of the year, but yes, at 95-5 split, we still felt that this was a very worthy thing to bring forward to see if we could get an emergency read on this year.
Further surface awareness questions?
Yeah, real quick. I can tell you that if we hadn't had a regular meeting in time for this, we would have called a special meeting to get this done. This is critical to one of our top priorities at the airport, which is safety. So I was really excited to read about this, and I'm sorry that such a tragedy spurred more airports to doing this, but every airport should be equipped to be able to do this, to
Yes.
prevent these type of tragedies.
I agree, and I think the FAA is making more, or going forward is going to be making more of a push to get all airports on board with this technology. And I think that, we're a part of the first step of that program, which I think is very exciting.
We can share our experiences.
Yes.
Further questions, discussion for Captain Treat or Diane Jackson? Seeing none, Patty's going to make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to approve an emergency resolution for the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, grant application, and if awarded, to sign a grant agreement in the amount of $175,500 for Vehicle Movement Area Transponders, or VMAT, at the Aspen-Picken County Airport Sardi Field, set for second reading and confirmatory hearing with public comment for June the 24th.
I'll second.
Excellent. Thank you, Francie. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much for
Commissioners.
your time. Thank you.
On behalf of the tower and us, thank you.
Thank
Likewise.
you.
Thanks
Good
for
to
bringing
see
this
you, Dan.
forward. Thank you.
Bye. Have a great day.
Thanks.
So for the public, we are going to go through item number 13, and then we will take a break before the Phillips hearing. So Ariel Holstein. The board will take a seventh inning stretch after Ariel.
Are you going to sing? Take me out to the ballgame?
Um,
I'm just kidding.
Please no.
Hello, I'm Ariel Holstein, Public Health Planning Analyst, and here for a second reading, asking the board to approve a resolution to approve an interorganizational agreement between Pitkin County, Eagle County, Aspen Valley Health, and Mountain Family Health Centers. So you heard a couple of weeks ago from Jordana. This agreement dates back to 2018. So originally it was just Pitkin County, AVH and Mountain Family Health Centers, with Pitkin County and AVH agreeing to financially support Mountain Family Health Centers, which is a federally qualified health center, and the BOCC location is in Pitkin County, serving underserved residents of Pitkin County as well as Western Eagle County. This IOA was amended in 2019 to add Eagle County to help with the financial support. In 2023, there was an amendment to the 2019 IOA, and now we are asking for a new IOA. The big changes here are really just two pieces. One being changing the compensation structure to a per member per month rate based on historical averages of the cost of serving uninsured patients. And the second piece, Mountain Family Health Center is providing the other parties a full calendar year income statements no later than March 31st of the following year. So really just a change in the administrative process, less so than the financial piece. It's not anticipated to have any budgetary impact to the county.
Yes, sir. I had the pleasure of touring the BOCC facility with Dustin, and it's spectacular, so really impressive. It's come a long way since it was Pitkin County offices, so excellent facility.
And we switched to the per member per rate a while ago. This is just, as Ariel said, administratively cleaning up the IOA to document that change.
Excellent. I love that we can make an acronym out of anything. Even 2 words, we can make a 3-letter acronym out of.
Public health loves acronyms.
So does Jeffrey.
Commissioner questions or comments? Otherwise, I will open up the public hearing. This is second reading. Looking online.
I have one quick comment.
Please.
Real quick, just to make sure that, I know you carried it through in the AIS, that Aspen Valley Hospital is now Aspen Valley Health on the document itself.
Is now what?
It's Aspen Valley Health, not Aspen Valley Hospital anymore.
Really?
Same acronym, Jeffrey, so it won't confuse you.
Really?
Appreciate that.
They're not calling it a
So,
hospital?
You're calling it health,
seeing
Aspenville.
no hands online and no one in the room, bring it back to the board, looking for a motion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Greg.
Second.
Thank you, Francie. Further discussion? Seeing none, looking for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank
Ariel.
So for grassroots,
Thank you, Ariel.
grassroots, we're going to take a proper 12-minute break. We will reconvene at 1:50 for item number 9, Phillips. So
For those of you in the
150.
room, if you have not signed up, there's a clipboard outside for public.
Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, June the 10th. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We are on a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, overruling the Planning and Zoning Commission resolution numbered PZ 0092026 and authorizing implementation of the Phillips Mobile Home Park project. Public comment will be taken. Kara, I think, has a sign-up sheet for those in the room, and for those, even though it's first reading, given the public interest, we will take public comment both at first and at second reading. So, and I will turn it over to staff, to other staff.
I will get started. So thank you all. So we have a staff presentation, Kara Silber-Noggle, County Manager, and then we have Ashley Pearl, Resiliency and Housing Director, as well as Joe Farstad with Wember, who is our owner's rep, and Cody Horn, who's been the planner on this project. And then we do have representatives from JVA, the engineering firm, and Caddis, the design firm. So as part of the staff presentation today, we are going to go through a little bit of a history of Phillips project since the county did purchase it in 2018. It's been a journey to get to where we are today, so we're going to give a little bit of a history about that, and then we will walk through the infrastructure project, the vertical project, the decision point from P&Z, and addressing those concerns as far as where staff is concerned, and then toss it back over to all of you and public comment. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. So county purchased Phillips in 2018, and I think there's a big piece of why when the county purchased this mobile home park, there's a few different pieces related to it, is that there was, kind of organically 40 homes that were, de facto affordable housing. And so when this opportunity came up, it was a hard deliberation for the board at that time, but for a few different reasons, but also cost and other elements, but also that knowing that if it would have been sold on the open market, that property would have been scraped and we would have lost those homes. And so when the board chose to purchase this property, it was coming at a commitment that really aligned with existing board policies about preserving affordable housing, and as well as also trying to maximize the rural development, and knowing that we wanted to keep these 40 homes at that time. At the same time, there was an acknowledgement that that this might be an opportunity for addressing and bringing in additional affordable housing. That was acknowledged at the time of the purchase of the property, but there also was years of dialogue and debate as this has moved forward about what that actual number of affordable housing would look like. So here is a brief timeline. It's shorter than some other projects in the county of how we are where we are today. So again, we purchased the property in 2018. Once we purchased the property, we knew that there was infrastructure deficiencies and that would need to be addressed, but we also were very cognizant of how do we do it in a way that is giving consideration to preserving those homes and taking care of the people that live there. So we did an initial site analysis through a health impact assessment that really started to inform what is the infrastructure needs, and then how do we start to look at it through also the lens of preserving that housing and what is special about the place, and also what are the, just kind of necessities that we need to look at to make those infrastructure improvements and bring in more affordable housing. So that health impact assessment really kind of set the foundation for the path ahead, and there was a few kind of key themes that came up on this. None of it will be a surprise because I think it's themes throughout the community, but it was really related to housing stability. What we heard from the tenants at the time was really wanting to speak to, what is the future of our home? How do we make sure that it's preserved, affordable, concerns about increases, and then concerns about just uncertainty during the planning process. And I think that's been a thread all throughout this effort. And so really trying to get a place that starts to bring a little bit more certainty about what the path ahead is. The other key theme that really came out was the safety of housing and infrastructure. Again, that really started to hit. What started to come to light through that process was deficiencies in fire and wildfire capacity, deficiencies in water and wastewater aspects, and then also just how to make sure that the homes are healthy and safe for everyone. And then how does that start to relate to the community qualities? And so some of what came out of that was both within the community of the Phillips Mobile Home Park, as well as the broader Pitkin County community. And so some of those key aspects that came out of the project were really talked about what's the environmental health. There was comments about folks wanting to replace their stoves and to what's the process for doing that. So kind of even internally, roads and parking, how are we improving? Because there's really informal parking situations, trying to make that better. Utilities, so again, the water, the wastewater, how do we bring those back up to a better standard? Address some of the deficiencies, and then really about the sense of place and what does the governance and maintenance look like for the mobile home park into the future. So that really was the foundation of what started to lead into the horizontal infrastructure and the vertical infrastructure as we started to talk about. So unfortunately, we did the HIA, and then it did stall out for a little bit during COVID. But we brought it back at that time and started to look with the board, understanding that one of the key tenets when the board purchased this property was looking at additional affordable housing as a means to maintain the affordability of future investments, meaning infrastructure upgrades. So there's been over 33 different conversations at the board table trying to understand where do we start as it relates to horizontal infrastructure, as it relates to what is the right number for vertical infrastructure. So in 2022, there was conversations and board direction at that time to look at additional housing units around the 60 to 70 number. In December, staff came back with a 73-unit clustered concept, which is also what you is part of the L&E packet and you've seen. And the board gave direction to continue with that clustered concept with that 73 total unit on site. So that is including the existing mobile home park. And gave direction to continue to look at that and further refine what the horizontal needs and capacity and infrastructure upgrades would be. And then we came back in June of, continued to work through that and came back in June of 2025 with a further refined horizontal project. And at that time, the board directed staff to move forward with what it would look like to start to make those infrastructure upgrades. And since June of 2025, then we have submitted and the board approved a subdivision exemption in February, and we submitted the L&E application, of which was presented to P&Z in April and May of this year. So that is how we have gotten to where we are today. And you can go to, is that my last slide? This is my last slide. So I think it's important as we start to think about, how did we get to where we are and where do we start to go from here, is that there's been lots of discussions and lots of debate over time of what is the right amount of housing. How do we look at, first and foremost, there's a commitment to preserve the affordable housing and being able to keep any potential relocations on site. That was the commitment that the board made at the time of the purchase. And so a lot of the debate at the board table over the past few years has been, what is that right number? How do we both preserve the affordable housing? How do we respect the rural context of which it's in? And also find a right way to make it affordable and share any kind of horizontal and water, wastewater, fire, debris upgrades that need to be made. How do we try and spread that cost across a greater number rather than just within one area? And so that is really the path that the board has been on, that staff has been working on, that has led to the application that was presented to P&Z today. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Joe, and he'll kind of walk through a better picture of what the current status is in the project.
All right, thanks, Kara. I think I do have this thing on accurately. Yeah, guys, so she referenced an HIA, the study that was done like pre-purchase, post-purchase, to kind of get an assessment of what is the deferred maintenance and what are the deficiencies. So I studied all of that documents. There are more documents from both SGM, from JVA, our professional engineers that have kind of helped flesh that out. So the 5 things we're
Can
going
I just check quickly? Can you guys in the back hear him? Yes? Okay.
I can
Good.
move it forward a little bit, guys.
Yeah, just a little closer would be good.
I have
Thank
a
you.
mumbly voice too. There we go. Yeah, the 5 aspects we're going to talk about in terms of deficiencies and deferred maintenance are exactly what Kara said. So wastewater treatment, water storage, water purification, access, fire mitigation, and then debris flow. So next slide. I'm going to spend more time on water and wastewater just because I think they present the most immediate concerns, right? They have the opportunity to fail sooner than anything else, and they're also under different regulations than, let's just say, access and fire water until we actually develop the project. On the wastewater side, we'll go through a couple slides down here that are actually quite troublesome to look at, but it's a legacy non-compliant system. Non-compliant because of current standards and adjacency to the river, right? If we were to try to improve those, try to redo them, we couldn't. A couple of reasons, right? So this is a cumulative system, even for the existing units, is 2,000 gallons a day. We're going to exceed that. It goes to state for permitting. The state would not permit something immediately adjacent to the river like they did 70 years ago. A lot of the deficiencies, we can get into details, but it's systemic. There's not like one thing or one piece or one pipe. It's just a little bit here, a little bit there. On the wastewater and the water side, they currently function. Do they function as well as they should? No, they don't. So when you look at the availability or the immediate need to replace them, knowing we can't permit a new on-site wastewater treatment facility, that's what steered through a lot of studies the design team to say we need an on-site wastewater management. On the well side, it's going through all of the reports on the water side. It's the biggest concern right now, because water quality is tested regularly and reported to the CDPHE. It meets modern water quality standards, so there's no immediate risk. But the flow rates and the production of the wells has been degraded over the last 60 to 70 years. The original design was 75 gallons a minute. We're lucky to push 20 gallons right now. So it's a potential issue, right? And it's something that we've been looking at this for a decade, and it hasn't failed yet, but I think it can. And that's going to cause financial risks. And I can talk more about the financial risks and the necessity for fire storage when we get into this. We'll go to the next slide. Wanted to talk a little bit just about regulatory authorities. And again, I'm going to spend more time on water and wastewater than I am on the other aspects of deferred maintenance. But there are regulatory authorities, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, that look at wastewater and drinking water, right? If we ever submitted a report to the CDPHE that said the water quality wasn't meeting the standards, we would have to take immediate action, sorry guys. And that could include something as simple as a boil order until we get it reserved, like you need to boil your water before, or it could say you need to actually bring water to these people because this system is not sufficient, right? So a couple immediate action items it could take there. Wastewater, again, regulated by CDPHE, also regulated by Pickens County, Public and Environmental Health. A lot of the times for wastewater, it's the burden of the county to assess it and make sure it's still functioning, which the county does. But there are opportunities if there was something that was identified by a passerby or somebody on the Rio Grande Trail and said, "I smell something. This is weird." We're gonna have to address it. And I don't know the let's just say the extent of the assessment and or the corrections, but we've proven through this engineering process that it's not feasible. It needs to be replaced. And then medium, if it elevates, escalates past the state agencies, then it's the potential for the US EPA, but that's very low because the state manages its own issues. Next slide, Ashley. Yeah, a few pictures of some of the septic holding tanks. I don't know if you guys are familiar with how septic systems work, but it's holding tank, effluent, and then goes into the earth and it dissipates. A couple non-compliant venting issues there. Next slide.
Is that an outflow from a leach field?
Yeah, and then some of the tanks that are obviously overfilled, still working, but obviously overfilled. And like I said, that's pretty gross. Go to the next slide. Sorry, that disturbs me.
I know that picture. We
Wait a
can pass
minute,
over that
sorry,
one.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
It looked like the outflow of the septic tank was above the level. So where's the overflow aspect?
I do not know. Oh, well, actually, you can go back on this particular one, but then it's actually, it's a gravity at bottom feed that's actually partially detached in the right-hand picture.
It's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, this is systemic. This is one of, I believe, 5 tanks out there that are
Right. They're
troublesome.
beyond their life cycle.
Yeah,
Are
correct.
are they all in this condition?
Some better, some worse.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so the project, I'm going to spend, actually go to the next slide, we'll start there. So obviously we talked about, or Kara talked about the subdivision exemption process. And we just want to keep pointing out that this project, the horizontal infrastructure project, affects parcel 1 and parcel 2. Parcel 2 is all of the new stuff, loop system that will serve parcel 2 and parcel 1. Parcel 3 and 4 are preserved. Go to the next slide, Ashley. So this is busy, guys. So I just want to show you the scope and the scale of the project because I don't know the last time you've seen, the cumulative nature of the project. So what I did was I put grading and debris flow in red over the top of water and wastewater distribution and treatment in blue. So you can kind of see the whole thing without going through a bunch of slides. I want to start with fire and domestic storage, right? So if you look, actually we didn't color that one green, but that's fine. In the middle of the project is where there will be 2 new wells. 2 new wells immediately adjacent to existing wells, but they'll be deeper, cased, and have appropriate flow. They're going to go to a water treatment facility. It will be pumped up the hill to the big green circle at the top. Circle at the top is a 280,000 gallon water treatment facility. Oh, I'm sorry, water storage vessel. It's massive. It's partially buried. It's honestly going to be pretty benign. You won't be able to see it. But that's where all of the water for domestic use, but primarily fire use comes from. So if you go to the next slide, Ashley. Oh, this is the next slide. Nope, sorry, go back. When the designer started working with the Pickens County team, residents, everybody else, to say, we need to improve this system, we met with the fire authority. When I say we, JVA, all of the parties, all the engineer parties, and said, okay, if A, the system needs to be improved or replaced, B, if and when you do this, you need to address fire mitigation and fire suppression. So of the 280,000 gallons, about 220,000 gallons of that is for fire suppression. Every one of those green dots up there is a new hydrant to serve not only what we're proposing is new, but all of the existing residents at the park. So that's just something to really pay attention to, guys. And it is non-negotiable. Unit count isn't as important as serving the units or the largest available unit. So even if we said we're only going to do part of this project, we still need to do that in a very similar size for head pressure and everything else. All right, next one, Ashley.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, interrupt me for sure.
Yeah. The question I heard was, it seems like that tank is way oversized. Are you telling us that the direction from the authorities is different?
It seems like it's oversized, and JVA did petition the fire authority to reduce it based on their calculations, but it was the fire authority's mandate that said we need this many gallons for this type of infrastructure to serve this, not only because of quantities, potential wildland fires, and structure fires, but this is the gallons we want. These are the flow rates we want to serve this subdivision.
And that's a mandate.
Yep, it is. Sorry, anything else, Greg?
Keep going.
Okay,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. So next thing, water treatment. Obviously, we talked about degradation of wells, limited flow, everything that has the potential to refrain from working. That's the water treatment plant that I pointed out earlier that serves the water storage facility that serves the entire campus, including fire water. All right, the next one is wastewater treatment. So that's all the way down through the one agricultural field, kind of closer to the river, but that's a fully engineered standalone wastewater treatment facility. All of the newest and best technology, makes it clean, and will serve this community very well. So this is debris flow mitigation, guys, and I'm sure over the years you've heard about you've seen the property, obviously, you guys took a trip out there. It's steep, right? And the existing residents have been affected by minor hill sloughs and slides throughout the years. We've had to relocate some, we've had to improve retaining walls. When we were studying this, it wasn't just the new, it was what areas affect the existing as well. So you can see the big one on the right is there is an existing debris flow contours in the hill that would not only affect the new, but has the potential to affect existing mobile homes further to the north. So that is rerouting an existing historic debris flow environment. And then the one to the north, or the left on the screen, is one that needs to be improved to mitigate debris flow risk to the existing mobile home park over there. Then the other part of this project, guys, is access road and improvements, and I could talk about this a while, but what's important to point out is that there's been complaints from patrons, neighbors, and RAFTA specifically for the bus route out there. It's really difficult to get to and from it. We're working with them to get a decent and safe bus pickup. And not only that, but when we, or after we do the distributed water, wastewater infrastructure, we're going to improve the access to the existing mobile homes, obviously build all the roads for the new stuff, and improve and add new access to the mobile home park to make that better. So that's something that needs to be addressed as well. Did I go over my time? No, you're good. Okay, cool. So yeah, any questions on that? Yeah, go for
Back
it.
to the fire conversation. What's there currently? Like,
What is nothing?
Should there be a fire, you have all the hydrants.
Correct. They
They're
might have the potential to roll a pump into the river, roll out 300 feet of hose and serve, but it's going to be what's on the tank truck exclusively right now.
Time it takes to get that set up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there's literally nothing, maybe some fire extinguishers and
Potentially.
someone's private.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems
Dangerous.
something.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking, I don't know if anyone else has
Yeah.
questions.
No, it's a lot, guys, and it's such a busy. I gave you, but
Is there a letter from the fire authority regarding the mandate for that size tank?
I don't have that on my person
I'd
right
like to
now.
have documentation of that,
Yeah.
just so we know it's real.
For sure. Yeah, I will get one for you.
Yeah.
Before
So
the second
it's
reading.
easy, we make assumptions about things, so that's just dotting the i's for me.
I get it. Yeah, and there was several meeting minutes with the fire authority that dictate that, but I will get something for you.
Right, yeah, we should have that pretty accessible.
Yeah.
So your next slide is budget. So everything. So your next slide is budget. So everything that you've shown so far in terms of 1 through 5 is in the budget. So
Mhm.
every single hydrant, every single tank,
Yes, sir.
every single curb cut.
Yeah, all of it. Yeah, the only, let's just say deferred to vertical right now is the second lift of asphalt. That's the only thing we deferred. We said, we're gonna pave all the roads, we're gonna pave in totality the existing roads for the existing mobile home. For the new development, up on the hill, we're only gonna do half of the asphalt. We propose to build the new houses and then do the final asphalt as a part of the vertical construction.
So civil grading and drainage,
Everything.
waste, water.
Yep, it's full on.
hydrants. Okay.
Yep.
So-
We had a series of conversations over the last few days where we receive a partial request, and then in the 8th inning, they come back and they say, hey, we need phase 3.
Yeah, yeah. Now, the next request will be for vertical.
Debris flow, just, are we done with debris flow mitigation?
Oh, no, I mean, in terms of, no, we haven't started yet.
So cost-wise, we have an estimate what we think it's gonna cost.
Yeah.
To clarify, I think, Joe, if you can clarify, Greg's question is, if we do these two, which are included in the budget,
Yeah.
have we done the debris flow that we are aware of? Will we have completed all the debris
Yes.
flow?
Yeah.
Debris flow mitigation work.
Thank you.
So Greg,
Thanks
on
for
that, it's
interpreting me.
two different entities, right? It was the original study, survey, civil engineering assessment. Civil engineers take existing contours, they look at everything, they model it, and then they give it to a company called Tetra Tech, who actually does like the equivalent of thermodynamic fluid flows to see how does this work. They prove that the design will capture debris in a worst case event.
Got it.
So, yep, and we actually have that letter for you too.
So you can budget off of that.
Correct. Yep.
And in addition to the larger debris flow depicted on the screen, we're aware of a couple retaining walls within the park that need to be repaired for the residents in the room. I am aware of those, and those are budgeted for 26 and 27 in addition to these other ones.
So they're not part of this cost?
No, we repair a retaining wall at the park almost every other year, and so we budget for that.
Done some already, yeah.
Can I speak to budget a bit? Great. So these are the horizontal infrastructure costs to cover everything that Joe just talked about. So between the budget year in 2026 and 2027, we have budgeted $17.2 million, which the board approved last December when you approved the 2026 budget. In 2025, when you approved it, we didn't have quotes yet from all the folks doing this work. So our best guess was 17.2. The total cost, now that we actually have the contract and we know everybody's looked at all the curb cuts, like you said, and all the different things, the total is 17.9. So the difference of that will be a discussion when we come to the board to talk about 2027 budget. We have the full budget allocated to cover all 2026 costs. The additional around 600,000 that wasn't budgeted when we only had estimates can be accounted for in 2027. We just haven't budgeted that full amount. So that's the total cost. It's divided across the affordable housing property tax and the employee housing impact fee budget. And then we also pay for operations of the park through the general fund. So all that is budgeted except for about, like I said, the $600,000 difference, which we'll discuss at budget. What I wanted to bring up, the board has we've talked about this number and the horizontal infrastructure that Joe just went through. What we haven't talked about as much is some of the back end analysis that went into the plan that's in front of you today. So hopefully we build all of this infrastructure and we really improve safety, quality of life, and access at the park. Then you have new systems that need to be run. Right now, the county subsidizes the Phillips Mobile Home Park to a tune of around $300,000 a year. That means that we cover all of the property maintenance, all of the water and wastewater operating systems and testing, all of the repairs on those systems, as well as anything that you would consider in like an HOA. So trash, which is coming, plowing, things like that. So the assumption is that as we move forward, we will start to ask those who are living here to pay for more of that cost. This has not been a discussion. We have no idea how much the board wants to subsidize that, how much the board wants to ask the tenants to pay. We've said over and over again that any increases would be incremental, and we have lots more discussions to come. This is just a analysis of the total operating cost for these new systems is around $43,000 a month. So if you divide that by the existing 36 mobile homes on site, you're looking at, if we pass along the full cost, which we haven't had a discussion yet, if we're going to pass that along or what we're going to do, if you passed it all along, it would be $1,200 a month. That's in addition to whatever mortgage or rent folks are paying. So when we looked at that as the county, we said that doesn't become affordable pretty quickly when you take the monthly costs and you divide it by the units that are there now. So that's where kind of some of the conversation that Kara talked about earlier came to be, of adding an additional 36 to 40 units up to a total of 73 units, because when you divide the cost by 73 units, you get a lower number every month that everybody needs to pay in addition to their mortgage or their lot rent or whatever else they have going on in their monthly nut. So this is just the numbers behind what Joe's about to present, which is why we're proposing putting 40 new housing units, affordable housing units on site, in addition to meeting the community's housing need and delivering, the much needed affordable housing that we know the community needs, it also makes sense on this property to make the numbers work. So I know that the board is aware of this. We've talked about it a little bit, but I just wanted to kind of tee that up before Joe walks into walking you through what the housing is. You've now seen the horizontal infrastructure addressing those 5 kind of topics of deferred maintenance. So that's fire mitigation, wastewater, water, access and roads, and debris flow. So we have kind of 5 areas of deferred maintenance. The horizontal plan that's on the table for around 18 million from the county covers all 5 of those areas. Then at the end of the day, there is, the ability to put 40 additional units, which would not only meet the community's need, but would spread out the monthly operating costs for these systems. So just a little bit more about why we're going into some of the housing that is in the location extent application.
All right. Sorry. Vertical development. Yeah, actually, I guess you can just go straight to the next slide. And sorry, I'm looking over your head, Jeff, just so I can.
I'm trying to.
No, you're good. You're good. All right. So this is the cluster style housing unit development we are proposing in conjunction and adjacent to the existing mobile homes. Big picture, there are 4-plex style units. There are 4 different styles of duplexes that fit differently into different slopes, hillsides, and adjacencies. And there are 3 single-family home styles that make up 40 dwelling units for this project. Generally speaking, I think you guys have seen some of these over the last year. You've seen the style, kind of the how they fit into, I would say, adjacent, veneers and types. But yeah, building E, building F, I think they've done a great job of making it work, and they've also done a great job of keeping them simple and easy to maintain. A lot of single pitch, a lot of gables, nothing complicated, and I think it's going to fit really well. Actually, yeah, go to the next slide, actually. This is with current vegetation, obviously leaves on trees, what it could look like or what you could see from 82.
You'll have to zoom in on that, so because it's red on red there.
What'd you say, Greg?
Do you have a cursor? I couldn't even find them on this photograph for a while, so I just want to make sure people understand what they're looking at.
Look like closer adjacent to the river, kind of middle left, and you can see some of the lower units. I think it was those C units right there.
Thank you, Spas.
Yeah. And then further up on the hill, that's the other clusters are up on that hill.
Got it.
So.
And that's the plan, to make them blend in with the hillside.
And where's the water tank?
So the water tank is represented, it's up there-ish. It's way up on the hill.
Really, over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, and then, unit mix, square footage, just good information, 40 units, 100 beds, living and garages. Garages are important to everybody in this community, especially recreational enthusiasts. But yeah, that's the unit mix type. It was a very conscientious study with Caddis and county partners to figure out what we need and what would be the best count.
And what we've heard so far from the partners that we're discussing a potential partnership with is that the garage square footage there, the living space, the storage space, the spread of these units across the parcel feels to them like a really great complement compared to some of the other housing that's coming up right now. So I think just talking about kind of, we've talked at the board level a bit before about boxes. This is a stick-built project, most likely. It's not built to be modular. It's built, I'll show you here, it spreads out across. It's not all clustered into one area. And again, we've heard lots of good feedback on the accommodations for storage, garages, living space that takes advantage of the natural area around it, feeling like something that the partners we're looking at, they feel like their employees would like to live there. It's not, I'll just stop there before I wander into too much.
How many cars does it accommodate?
I don't know off the top of my head.
100 people, how many cars?
Yeah, yeah.
How many cars does 17,000 square foot of garage accommodate, I guess is one question.
We can get you the parking specifics for
It'd just be
second
nice to
reading.
know
It's
what
garage
we're
with
anticipating
storage.
for
It's not
cars.
just for a car.
I can say that in every one of the clusters, there's adjacencies for visitor parking and other parking solutions, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, Greg. Apologize.
I bet you can.
No, but we can get those figures here in the second reading.
Okay.
All right. You ready, Cody?
Sure.
And some of it is for toy storage.
Yeah.
You know, e-bikes and bikes and skis and
Mike's not on.
surfboats and
Francie.
rafts.
Mike.
Your mic.
Oh, no.
It's on.
It's on.
Oh, okay.
And she's relaxed over there.
So I'm just going to give you a project overview, keep it high level and brief, and probably reiterate some stuff that you guys already know. But we're presenting the Phillips Mobile Home Park, proximate 74-acre property. What's shown there on parcel 2 in red is the limits of the housing redevelopment and horizontal infrastructure that will serve it. The site currently accommodates 36 dwelling units. That red area is approximately 22 acres, which is slated for redevelopment. So 22 out of the existing 74, as been stated before, it's highly clustered. We're being very conscious to recognize the rural surrounding area and keep this stuff confined within the existing impacts on the site. The county purchased this in 2018 to preserve workforce housing. The site currently accommodates those 36 dwelling units. The existing workforce housing needs board approval to improve this delinquent infrastructure and utilities. The wastewater treatment facility is sized for an increase in units, but limited to this defined redevelopment area, and it's not a regional facility. The Planning and Zoning Commission denial was rooted in inconsistencies between favorable and unfavorable policies around Phillips. An area outside the urban growth boundary, because it's an area outside the urban growth boundary. However, this development is clustered, and it's important not to conflate infrastructure replacement with new rural sprawl. I think that's the main point that I want to get across, that those are two very different things. For example, this is a close parallel to the Woody Creek subdivision PUD, effectively another mobile home park, just to the east of Phillips, which received exactly the same treatment with a different review and approval process. So we're working to get county goals achieved through a different mechanism. This is a precedent, and I'd like to remind you that in order to get these permits for the horizontal infrastructure, we do need the BOCC approval. So why did the Planning and Zoning Commission deny this application? The findings were inconsistent with the 2016 Woody Creek Master Plan on two grounds. Density increases were inconsistent with the plan's direction for limited expansion at Phillips, and the expanded infrastructure constituted a growth generator. The commission found inconsistencies around density expansion within a rural area. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission did exactly what it's designed to do. It measured the application against adopted master plans, found some inconsistencies, and didn't have any power to navigate within those confines. However, staff and I did provide a way to get there through plan conformances. Nonetheless, these plans are out of date and don't comprehensively direct the scope of BOCC's authority. They do define the limits of P&Z's decision-making power. So the Woody Creek Master Plan limits what the P&Z was able to do, and the P&Z had no choice but to deny this application. Its role is narrow, technical, and plan-bound. It cannot weigh community values, override policy as one policy is more important than another policy, or authorize something that the written plans don't expressly support. The BOCC can. When there's an opposing criteria deemed significant enough, the master plan says no, the P&Z must say no. The BOCC does not have to say no. The land use code anticipates exactly this situation. Under chapter 2, when the P&Z denies a location and extent application, It shall, quote, continue or communicate its reasons to the governing body or officials having jurisdictions for the proposed project. So that governing body is you guys, the Board of County Commissioners, and the BOCC operates under an entirely different authority. The BOCC has the power to weigh competing community priorities, making policy judgments that the P&Z cannot, and critically, it owns this property. The BOCC purchased Phillips in 2018 specifically to preserve workforce housing. The infrastructure upgrades are what's necessary to preserve the workforce housing, and the expansion of the density improvements are what makes this financially feasible as well as achieves overarching community goals. So I would say that the BOCC has an affirmative obligation to the people living there and in this county's housing goals that no planning commission actually carries. The BOCC can use approval paths to consider other relevant sources of information with respect to the Phillips Mobile Home Park, including community values, benefits to the county, and the best interests of the citizens that both live in Phillips as well as the broader county. So the master plans and the P&Z applied were written decades ago, and they were intended to stop sprawl from overdeveloping in rural land. Phillips is not sprawl. It's a 50-year-old community the county already owns and operates. The infrastructure that the P&Z deemed a growth generator is in reality a public health necessity. Existing units sit in a floodplain, no fire suppression, no water, no failing water systems and failing wastewater systems that cannot legally continue to operate without replacement. So denying infrastructure does not freeze the site in place, it simply leaves residents in an unsafe condition. The BOCC has both a legal authority and a moral responsibility to make the policy judgment that the P&Z could not, that preserving and modernizing the existing county-owned affordable housing community outweighs rural containment preferences of plans that never contemplated this situation. So I'd like to reiterate that the proposed infrastructure upgrade and new development is clustered, it's not sprawling, and it contains less than 30% of the total acreage of Phillips property in total. So this proposal neither constitutes sprawl nor sets a precedent for rural development. The zone of the development and the rural influence as it relates to wildlife habitat and the pristine landscapes that define rural character of the area remains unchanged. The P&Z denial is not the end of the road. It is the process working exactly as it's designed to, escalating the decision to the body, the BOCC, who has the authority to make it. And that's all.
Questions for Cody or Joe?
We still have a few more slides too, so we just want to pause at this section.
That was a question pause.
Yeah.
I do not.
Commissioner Poshman, I phoned a friend, 40 garage spots, 35 surface spots, 28 of those are in drives in front of the garage, and then several parallel street parking that Steven's working on calculating right now. So
40 plus.
Oh, yeah, I mean 75 if you include
Yeah.
prescribed surface, not just parallel on street.
Right.
Cody, if I could, thank you. The 30% you just referred to in terms of the scale of the proposed plan compared to what is currently there, did I understand that right?
I calculated the 30% number based on 22 acres of parcel development compared to the total aggregate of the parcel.
Okay.
So there's vagaries of specifics there, but that's an approximate.
Just wanted to clarify.
So I want to build a little bit on what Cody was putting forward as he said, you know, you all as a board are faced with looking at this under a broader community context and within just master plans. And I think there's a few different elements that I wanted to bring forward for you all to consider this. And one of the things is housing. This is not a surprise to anyone here in the room or anything. Housing has continued to be a top priority for the county. It's been the #1 issue, aligned with growth actually too, in 2021 community surveys, 2023, and even going back further. In 2024, you all put a housing ballot question on the ballot. that talked about using dollars for preserving affordable housing as well as developing minimal amounts, a certain amount of affordable housing, and it passed by over 62% countywide. And then the other piece too is in 2021, you all set up the Community Growth Advisory Committee, and that was somewhat acknowledging that this process that while we've got master plans in the caucuses, the way that it's been built and, you know, kind of a planning document for the county is that there are more issues the county that are of countywide concern that needed more of an overarching discussion. And housing was one of those, but it was not only related to housing. It was related to TDRs. How do you start to manage intensity across all the rural areas? So you all have already identified that there is a broader community context that you need to be looking at in addition to the site-specific caucus area master plans. And so that also starts to apply as you purchased Phillips and started looking at there is a desire not only for preserving the existing mobile home park, but identifying this is a place for, you know, smart scale types of new affordable housing to contribute to the overall housing stock. So I think one of the things I would be remiss not to talk about is in December of 2022, when you all started to look at what is that number, one of the other key decision points the board had made at that time was, where do you develop? Do you develop on the hayfields? Do you develop on the hillside around the debris flow? Because neither are great, but there was intention about what the agricultural and hayfields provide. How do we cluster development? Wanting it to be very clustered and not wanting to use all 70 acres of the property for housing, that it wanted to be intentional. And so next slide. So beyond the communities, the broader context, you started to look at how do we address the housing needs, both new and preservation, and then how do we look at this development and how does it compare around both areas within the Woody Creek area of Pitkin County? And so we showed this probably a few years ago, but we wanted to do a comparison of the clustering of the new development, the vertical, and how it relates to others within the area. So we've got Crescent Drive on here, we've got Pitkin Iron Road, the Woody Creek subdivision, the Chaparral housing, Aspen Village, and then we also included Basalt Vista because that is one that I think people see as a real success. So if you go to the next slide, this kind of builds on what Cody was saying for the 30% and starts to show that density and that unit per acre and how the vertical and the current and overall really compare with other developments in the area. So parcel 1, the current mobile home park, and this 35 does include the relocation that would be over there. So that's why we're saying the 35 units. That's putting it at 5.7 units per acre. When you combine between parcel 1 and parcel 2, so the full 73, and that is just between those two parcels, you're getting at the 2.62 units per acre. You can see how that starts to compare with others in the area, and I'll just skip down to the bottom because I think a lot of times we talk about how does this compare to Basalt Vista. That was a moderate amount of new housing that fit within the context, fit within the area, and that is 4.5 units. So I want to call out that as the board has debated what that number is to balance future affordability and within the rural context, that you all have been very intentional and that we really are still looking at pretty low as it compares to others in the area.
I'd like to just say something right there. Mm-hmm. And so actually the whole property that we bought was 65 acres. Mm-hmm. So if we do a density for the entire 65 acres, we're at significantly under, I think we're under 1 unit per acre.
Absolutely.
Or right around 1 unit per acre. So, and we've purposefully not developed the entire property in our plans, in fact, less than half of it. So this density is actually more than what we own.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is only focusing on parcel 1 and 2.
Can I ask a question? Regarding the other parcels, those other acres, I'm not certain. I've heard that the intent at one point was to put a conservation easement on it for the riparian area as parcels 1 and 3. Is that right, or parcels
3 and 4?
3 and 4. Thank you. But I've also heard that, well, maybe we'll just not talk about that now, and leave it open for a future board to decide to develop. I guess I'd like to have some certainty on that, and where are we going with this, and I think this discussion should include the conversation about conservation easements on those areas if we're going to talk about them at all.
I think those are definitely up for board discussion. At the board direction, what is submitted as part of L&E is horizontal and vertical for parcel 1 and 2 specifically. So I think the rest
So we're not discussing the other parts of the property, but we're also we're kind of throwing in that the density is reduced because of those parcels, but they're not.
We can discuss it.
Yeah, we can. I'm saying what we are presenting today is what was part of the L&E application. If the
Right.
board wants to discuss the future of 3 and 4, that so far that has been a further out discussion. That is definitely something that can be part of the discussion today from the board table as well.
Great, thanks.
I support you on that, by the way.
Well, I think we need further discussion, and I think we have some opportunities and some options here to add findings of fact or findings or as part of our resolution. We have a resolution draft presented to us, which allows us the opportunity to add or subtract to that draft resolution or to modify.
We have just a few more slides. So one of the concerns that we heard from P&Z was around, will this project increase traffic? What about the transit there? I do want to note that it's been clear for a while to the county that traffic or more transit specifically needs to be addressed in Lower Woody Creek. We've known it. I think that because we did get a finding of, what does this explicitly say? We worked with Fox Tuttle Transportation Group, and we said, according to what's in the location and extent application, do we need a traffic study? And this is verbatim what they told us, which is that, yes, it is anticipated that the existing roadway will increase in number of cars, but it's not going to go above what it can successfully accommodate. But that being said, regardless, we know that in the future we need to address the transportation and the flow of Lower Woody Creek Road. Right now, Phillips Mobile Home Park is served by a RAFTA bus stop, which we know that we need to work in partnership with RAFTA, and we have, before any of this came up anyway, to work with RAFTA on making sure that that stop is safe, that and that service is adequate for the folks and the number of people who look to use it. There was also a question about school bus service there. This kids living in this area would most likely go to Roaring Fork School District, and their closest bus stop is going to be the Snowmass Conoco, which is the case for anybody living in Woody Creek, unless you're in the Aspen School District, and then it's the Intercept, the Brush Creek lot, forgive me. So I did want to name that transit and traffic have been a concern. We have addressed them, and we know, and the county has known for a little while, that this is something we need to address regardless of this project.
I'm going to ask for a point of clarification. So the existing RAFTA services all the way to Phillips, which means it also services Crescent, which is the school district housing, affordable housing, correct?
Yes, correct.
So,
yeah.
And that's the one we've pretty much been hearing from about the need to accommodate more commute time traffic, mornings, afternoons, or evenings. And you were absolutely right. We've been hearing about it for years. So this may provide us with I think it does provide us with a great opportunity to discuss that at some other time, what we can do because we've been talking about improving it. So how can we do that, and how can we fund it, et cetera, et cetera? What actually are the needs and the use?
Yeah.
So I think it's
And
appropriate.
I did forget to mention, there's an Aspen School District bus stop at Aspen Village. And so if somebody was coming up Valley, that exists as well.
We have a new bridge there, so you
We
can
have a new
ride your
bridge.
kids to the bus on their bike.
Lastly, there have been concerns and questions about affordability, so I wanted to talk about those a little bit. I showed you this slide already. The reason we're suggesting, or the county is bringing forward 40 additional new housing units, is to make it more financially viable. These numbers, to be clear, are purely division. We are taking the monthly cost divided by number of units. This is not what people will be paying. This does not represent a county policy decision to charge tenants this. This is purely what we are anticipating we will be paying as the owners of the system for now every month, and dividing it by the numbers. So I know that there's some folks who live at Phillips Mobile Home Park in the room, and I don't want to scare them into thinking this is the cost starting tomorrow. This is purely a division exercise to show the board kind of how you can spread out these costs. If we were in this kind of range between, at the 73 total units, we're looking at between $550 and $754 a month, plus you need to cost in a mortgage or rent. I just wanted to compare that to other standards of affordability that the board has recently seen. So the Aspen Basalt Mobile Home Park and the Mountain Valley Mobile Home Park, both of which we funded in 2025. Their new rents as a resident-owned community are at $1,500 a month, and right about there for Mountain Valley as well.
Rent and fees.
Rent and fees. So that's their in total cost per month per unit to run their park that they now own. Cavern Springs, which was just in front of you this afternoon, is estimated, with all the great news about the grants and whatnot, even they still have to pay off a loan. That's coming in at $1,400 a month all in. And then just to compare it to what we're familiar with, which is APSHA categories. So if you're looking to rent a 2-bedroom in APSHA, Category 2 is going to be $1,200 a month. Category 3 bumps up to $2,200 a month. So as a comparison there, I just wanted to give you that.
I just want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. Those are the space rents on the other parks. Is that correct? Their
No,
costs?
those are their all-in costs.
This is everything. Space rent plus utilities plus
Capital reserves, et
capital
cetera.
reserves for the park.
And
What we were
what's-
looking at back here, the 1216 is only the infrastructure payback cost,
Including a capital reserve.
including a cap reserve. So we're at 1216 before they're going to pay, if they had mortgage on their mobile home, or before they pay space rent or utilities.
Correct.
So they're going to be looking at a number which I'll estimate is
We're coming to it.
a lot higher.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we're saying these are estimates, and that we haven't had that discussion to say how much will we charge them for leases, et cetera, moving forward. So
And the other
not to
mobile
scare
home park
tactic
numbers
people.
don't include their mortgage.
Sorry?
Those numbers don't include their mortgage.
So they may have a
They
mobile
have a
mortgage on top of that as well.
Right.
For those that do have a mortgage, maybe a lot of those are.
As
paid
long
off
as we know
already.
we're not comparing identical
That's right.
scenarios here.
Yeah. Trying our best just to give you some context.
I don't want to scare tactic people today.
No. So we want to just kind of wrap this up and remind you of, we've thrown a lot at you today. What a yes today, or what moving this forward for a second reading and approving it at second reading, what it actually means. We talk a lot at the board about all the different decisions and all the different elements at Phillips. And I know it's been challenging because sometimes we're asking you to make a decision when another decision has yet to be made, or we have an unknown. And so it's hard to make a decision when oh, well, I wish I knew this for certain, because that would help me make this decision. So I want to just clarify what we're talking about today. So if you all move this forward on the 24th, it would give us the ability to apply for permits. If we get those permits, it will allow horizontal construction to begin. That's estimated to be an 18-month project. That does include tap lines and grading for the new housing. That's what is approved if you move this forward. There are lots of decisions and board direction that would still to come. A couple of those include how we would govern the utilities. So would we own the utilities? Would they exist in a different governance structure? What would the subsidy from the county be? Those numbers we just put up today, again, was a division exercise. You all haven't made a policy decision on how much subsidy the board will continue to contribute to tenants. Parcels 3 and 4, this says nothing about parcels 3 and 4. That's a BOC decision to be made. The funding stack and the partnerships for the new housing, those are yet to be made. That would all still need to come to you. Another bullet I forgot to put up there is the design for the new housing is at 50% design right now. You would need to approve it going up to 100% design and then going forward, as well as plans in the timeline for the Riverside units that we know need to be relocated. But again, we have no plans and we haven't made any policies on that yet. So just want to share with you that there are lots of decisions and directions still to come from the BOCC. Today feels like a really big step, and at the end of the day is one more decision in a long sequence of decisions to move this whole project forward towards the vision that the county had when we purchased it. So the way that that looks on a timeline is over the next 2 years, you have at this table at least 5, if not upwards of, closer to 10 of formal decisions, as well as any other direction you might give us in work sessions and things like that. So this is our last slide. I don't know, Kara, if you want to give a bit more context before we
No,
wrap it
I
up.
mean, I think Ashley's closing it out well. So, what is presented before all of you, and I know it's difficult. You all purchased Phillips understanding it was under difficult context of wanting to preserve the existing housing and knowing the infrastructure deficiencies that were there and wanting to identify this as an opportunity for some intentional additional housing, and that there is still a lot more to come. This is really a key step of wherever the board chooses to go to move this forward and continue with this project. And I think one of the things I just call out is that this helps set a path for staff to work with tenants, to work with the community too, of addressing a lot of the uncertainty, right? One of the things that we continually hear is, what is the status? What happens? This is the path laid out that starts to be able to address a lot of the uncertainty and concerns in the community.
Do you have any comments from either Caddis or JVA? I saw hands earlier. Did they want to chime in?
Steven had his hand up. No comment.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board, questions or comments for staff, for the applicant?
I'll wait till after public comment.
Excellent. This is first read, and we will open a public comment. We ask you to abide by the rules in the room. They're in the back. 3 minutes, and we will take comments at second read as well, so you get 2 cracks at the apple. It looks like we're going to give them Joe's seat. Awesome. Thank you.
Would you
So we will go in the room first. Please direct your comments directly at the resolution that's in front of the board. If you do stray away from that, or you go into a political diatribe, I will try to bring you back to the resolution in the room. So please stay to the resolution in front of the board. We'll do in the room first, and then go online.
So, Ellen, you're up
Could
first.
you explain the timer to them?
So, and we have this thing called an iPad. It chirps and it beeps and it does all these other obnoxious things, but it basically limits your comments to 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, I will remind you in the same voice to everyone, please wrap up your comments. So, and thanks for your patience today as we move this to the last item of the day. So, thank you.
Thank you. My name's Alan Jones.
Oh, could you push that button on your mic?
Red mic. Just leave it on.
My name's Alan Jones. I'm co-moderator of the caucus, Woody Creek Caucus. I've lived in Pickens County for 11 years, participated heavily in the caucus for 7 years now. And from the beginning, inculcated into me by the other caucus members, has been oppose more density at Phillips, oppose the airport, and oppose the racetrack being redeveloped. So we've got all three going on at once. And I think the conclusion that I'm coming to is this is not a bad solution for Phillips. I'm not terribly disappointed with what's going on. I'm not supposed to say that. I don't think the other caucus members are gonna be very happy with me saying that. I do agree with Mr. Postman. We really would like an answer for the other parcels. I think so the two big concerns of the caucus of the people on Lower River Road have been dramatic increases in traffic and the affordability for the people that live at Phillips now. And it seems like maybe that's working out. I don't know, but we would like, we were happy with P&Z, and we were that they said that one of the big catches is, okay, you're not saying what's going to happen to the other parcels, and there's a possibility that you could put a lot more housing there, and for the homeowners on Lower River Road, I know that they feel that they're going to be impacted by that, and they would like to know. They would like a definitive answer. So that's my comment. I'd like to invite you all to our caucus meeting on the 25th at the school gym. We've got a lot of people that are very interested in the proposal for the racetrack. It's very controversial for us. And I've also invited a neighbor, Alex, I think his name's Culliffe, who's running for Colorado 3 to give a stump speech. So you might be interested in that. And thank you.
Excellent.
I'll just make a quick note, Jeffrey. We can't talk about the racetrack parcel because it's coming before us. So.
Okay, Amber, you're up, and then Joni, you're on deck.
Can you hear me? I can hear myself.
Just make sure. Hi, how are you?
Good. Well, good but not. To be honest, I'm kind of having a panic attack.
You need to give your name for the public record.
Because Amber Kokoski, Phillips. Because the map that I saw, it's funny, I brought the map that you guys brought to the Phillips Mobile Home Park, a month ago when we had that event? And I had the map and I noticed it and I was like, God, my house isn't on there. It's the old cabin. And the new map that I saw clearly shows that my house isn't there. And I think that speaks a lot to the communication that has not happened from Ashley Pearl and the other members since this project started taking place. Often it is when we ask what's going on, nothing. COVID happened. We really haven't had time to do much with Phillips. Well, the proof is in the pudding because we can see exactly what is going on, and it's a large development. Some of the concerns, if I were sitting in your seats right now, I think my biggest question to staff would be, before we can move forward, we need to know what these costs are going to be. Because you're already looking at an investment of $6 million. You're looking at $18 million right now. Once this decision is made, there is going to be no going back. What are the costs of subsidizing potential RAFTA? Does it make sense to be putting housing where parents are going to be shuttling their kids to Basalt while they are required to work in Aspen? How does that work out with after-school activities? How are you going to pay for, in Snowmass, what is it? It's $1 million a unit for a house, so $40 million. Is that an actual cost? These things I think are important to at least have an idea of what they could potentially be instead of let's make a decision right now and hope to God it works out later. That I think is a very important thing for you guys to look at. In regards to the communication, I'll actually take a picture and I can send this to one of you. I'm sure you can share it with the rest of you. A couple of years ago, I was like, God, like the BOCC doesn't seem like they're doing much. The Picken County, Phillips, like nothing's really happening. You know, I'm kind of a go-getter. I like people, I like my neighbors. I wrote up this cute little, hey neighbors, I'm reaching out. Seems like Picken County isn't doing anything. So this is a general questionnaire, and maybe if we got together, we could come together with a plan to start to open this communication with Picken County about what we're looking for, you know, interest in buying, buyouts, all these things.
Amber, try to wrap up your comments.
Yep. Walked around the neighborhood, dropped this off. Within an hour, I got a phone call from Picken County, cease and desist. Amber, before you do anything like that, you need to approve it through us. And I was just trying to be a good neighbor and trying to open up doors to Picken County. Again, in the last couple years, what's going on with Phillips? Nothing's really going on. And here I sit today, emotionally in tears, because I see on that map, my house is gone. So come forward with solutions of the people that are living there, options of buyouts. What does our future look like? We've been sitting in limbo for 10 years. I've spent thousands of dollars in new landscaping on my property, and now my house is going to be moved, taken away. Provide solutions for the people living there, not going forward with just this new water treatment plant, this new development, and all the great grandiose things that you're going to provide for other people. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber.
Joni, you're up.
Oh, I'm up?
Yep. And then
Tony or Tony?
Joni. Sorry, Joni. And then Christy, you're on deck.
Happens all the time. Hi, good to see you all again. And I just want to thank you for being, I wanted to get here early and hear everything in the meeting, and I didn't hear about you appointing me to the senior board, and I'm delighted. Thank you
Still need
so
to give
much.
your name for the public record.
Oh, Joni Clark, K-L-A-R. And you can find me with Mike Stranahan on Grassroots YouTube, Soul of Aspen. And we're bringing everybody to the valley to
We're going to focus on the
reconnect.
resolution in front of us, Joni.
Okay. Anyway, so one of the things that I've been discussing at the senior center with Chad and Patty and everybody is I've always had this dream about the solution for childcare is to bring the elders into our schools to look after the children so that we have a regenerational combination. So instead of now, it's the most difficult and expensive problem in our community. Bring the elders in. They're very interested in being part of school care. And then we have permaculture in the valley that we can bring in.
Joni, I'm going to ask us again if you could please direct your comments to Phillips.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to thank you. And Phillips is going to be an important decision that you all make, but make sure that the lady before and the people there are part of the inputs. That's all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joni.
Joni. Christy, you're up. And then Allison, you're on deck.
My name is Christy Kiesler. I live at 1 Phillips Riverview. 2 years ago, my brother died in my arms. I live in his house now. This is an emotional, hard thing. I'm a very pragmatic person. I'm a chef. I see that this development looks great. It looks good. A lot of questions that aren't being answered. So a lot of things that aren't being communicated. There's a lot of bullshit. My family home will be destroyed. I live on the riverside. There's no promise. There's no talk. about what y'all will do for those of us that will lose everything. Everything. Memories. Presence. Presence. My brother's presence is with me all the time. I'm not sure what to say, but my daddy would have said this isn't a doable deal. It's not my thing. There's no infrastructure, there's no water. Y'all bought this knowing what you were gonna do. Oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. We'll make decisions later. Y'all bought it at a discounted price. You refused to do things to upkeep it because it was, and I quote the lady, and I don't remember her name, it was astronomical. It was astronomical. Bullshit. You knew what it was going to cost, and you chose not to do it. You chose to make decisions that would benefit someone or two people, someone's pockets, someone's ego. You're affecting lives. And you're not doing it with your full heart and with your intentions, with proper, pure intentions. Now I have to come to terms with losing the things I'm gonna lose. But you better put in place how you're gonna compensate us. And you better think about why is it you wanna do this in this way and completely eradicate the riverside. Flooding, bullshit. Everywhere that lives on the river, they're gonna flood. This was a sales pitch. A sales pitch. They tried to tell you to negate and nullify the charters and the master plans. Oh, well, that doesn't matter. It's old.
Need you to wrap up your comment.
Yeah, I am up. But I made my point, and I hope you think about it.
Thanks, Christy.
Allison, you're up. And then Heather, you're on deck.
Hey guys, I'm Allie McGuire. I'm just going to continue to kind of say the same things I've been saying. I'm just anxious, like watching everything happen, not knowing answers. I feel like we're being assured if you're an employee working in the county, it's employee housing, it's affordable housing. Affordable housing is kind of a buzzword until you have a number and a price tag on it. So I'm struggling to just wait each month to figure out like what a new home and this new development is going to cost me and my partner. We really would want stability for our future in this valley. We've been here 8 years. My partner's been here 9 years. I've been here 8 years. I'm a hairstylist in town. I already paid $2,500 to booth rent to my chair, so I already have high bills, so I really don't need bills to get higher. I'm open-minded. I don't want to pull out like a ladder underneath me for potential new people, but I don't want anybody that lives in this current neighborhood to be compromised. There's seniors in the neighborhood. They might not be worker bees. There's a small group of us, but I don't want anybody to be hurt or compromised, and I don't see how it's impossible that somebody wouldn't get hurt with this development. There's some benefits to development too, like we need housing, we need employee housing. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait and see the next 2 years what happens, but I just hope that you'll communicate in real time with the Riverside. Hopefully we can have housing. This is a yes, going across the river, so we won't be displaced. That's a huge concern. And then hopefully the price tag of the actual new homes will not just be like unfathomable for normal people to pay. Because like I said, affordable housing, it's like you can say affordable until you actually get the price and you're like, well, that's not affordable to everybody. Yeah, it's a lot to take in. Yeah, but thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Allison.
Thanks, Allie.
Thank you.
Heather, you're up.
So Heather's got her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Can you? Well, we've got one more. Do you want to go to Heather online?
I'd like to go in the room first, and then for folks that are online.
All right, Tony, you're up, and then we can go online.
I love the iPad. That's awesome. For the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I have some issues with Phillips Mobile Home Park, the application, and they're serious issues. The very first thing is that in the resolution, it states that Planning and Zoning can overrule P&Z's denial of this application, but there's no citations what your standard of review is like. I asked the same question with the airport. The airport falls under different designations, and I don't want to talk about that right now, but I would like to know what the standard of review is so that your decisions cannot be considered arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of your power. And then the next thing is that one of the things is that there's 40 units, and I think there's 16 bedrooms. How many people are actually going to be living in Phillips? We don't know what that number is yet. We have the bedroom count, and I didn't quite add it up. I'm not sure. Is it really 640 people who are going to be living? Like, what would be the total number of people living in Phillips that's going to use that road and would have to have access to RAFTA? The biggest question for me is Pickens County is known for preserving rural community, rural character, just like Redstone, just like the Crystal River Valley. Affordable housing, generally, historically, has supposed to be built within the urban growth boundary, not outside the urban growth boundary. There are some exceptions, but those exceptions still do not meet some of the requirements of your land use code. And if I cannot get finished today what I need to say, I will be putting together a memo brief for you to take a look at. So then, when you take a look at urban growth boundary, the definitions, and I don't have enough time to read everything, if you take a look at what sprawl and urban is, it's when you create new infrastructure and you have high density. And rural, the county's definition is low density housing. You're supposed to have your infrastructure in place already. You're not supposed to add new one. When you take a look at the Phillips hillside, they're planning on putting in a culvert for mudslides that's 1/4 mile wide, 1/4 mile. And I don't think that's an appropriate use of this land. Plus, the amount of wildlife that are on that road is incredible. The other thing is that it was brought up the cost of the infrastructure and the fire department's analysis of it and another entity. And were those approvals, so to speak, based on the existing number of units there, or is that the new units? So what would be the cost? There was no comparison that if you didn't add these new units, how much would it cost to upgrade the infrastructure for the existing units? But okay, the very last thing is you're going from dirt roads to asphalt, curb cuts. That's not rural. That's Burlingame. And there's a big difference between Burlingame and Phillips. But thank you very much for your time today. Thank you.
Heather Henry. Were there any other hands in the room? Sorry, first. Heather Henry.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
There she is.
Yes, we can hear you, Heather.
Oh, great. Sorry I had to head out. I would have appreciated staying in the room, but I'm still listening, so thanks so much. Heather Henry, Vice President of Housing and Childcare for Aspen One. I appreciate the time and effort that's gone in the last many years to this project and the opportunity to speak, so thanks. I know there's a little bit of probably preaching to the choir when I talk about our 3 Ps of affordable housing: preservation, production, policy, and protection. Ultimately, the base of that pyramid is preservation, and I think there's a reason it's the base of the pyramid. We can't make much progress even if we continue to build housing if we lose the housing and the affordability that we already have. So I really just appreciate how everyone is coming together and leaning into this project. I think 2 agenda items ago, right, is another demonstration of how our communities come together on these mobile home parks, governments, housing organizations, employers, residents, to really lean into how to, preserve, but also just think about the complexity of these mobile home parks and, how to maintain. I think there's a lot of details to work out. That's all really showing up here as we have this discussion. And I think preservation has to be the key component, preservation of affordability. I think the conversation and the way staff is looking at this to think about mobile Phillips really not just as a preservation, but kind of a preservation plus, right? If I think about how we looked at Aspen Basalt and Cavern Springs, if there was an opportunity to say, we could preserve, oh, and by the way, for this small increment of, our donation dollars for some of those projects, or taxpayer dollars, or the subsidy dollars, we could then add to this existing node of affordable housing. It's such a huge opportunity. We would have taken advantage of any opportunity like that with the preservation of our other mobile home parks. So to be able to do that at Phillips, obviously in a way that is respectful to the existing community, respectful to the surrounding community, I highly, highly encourage all of us to continue to lean in on that and think about this as the bottom of the pyramid, but this opportunity to have a kind of preservation plus type project. And in doing that is how we're going to be able to preserve the affordability, add to some of the capacity in a way that, highly, highly efficiently uses taxpayer dollars. When you look at the cost of infrastructure and then what it might be to add the vertical component, that compared to $1 million units that we're having to think about building, we're doing at the lumber yard, it's a tremendously efficient way to think about using taxpayer dollars. So I really encourage the preservation, but the idea that this is an opportunity for a preservation plus. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Further hands online. Seeing no hands online, I am going to bring it back to the board.
All right, last time you let me be the elder member of the board to start off, so I'll start off.
Commissioner Clapper.
I want to thank everybody for sitting with us today or listening in today. Appreciate everybody's time and energy. And I want to say, I know there's a lot of people concerned who live there about change. They want to continue to exist in the manner they've existed for many, many, many years at the Phillips Mobile Home Park. And I understand that, but now with the failing infrastructure issues, in light of affordability concerns, change needs to happen at Phillips. I understand that. I also understand the uncertainties that people are feeling right now, and I wish we could say, this is what we're going to do with those other parcels. This is what we're going to do we need to move forward to the next steps. We have a lot more discussions and decisions, as staff pointed out, to be made about how we can manage traffic, what we could do within our powers, what we can do about conservation of the open spaces there and the river access. Those are all important, I believe, to this board, and those will be discussed in the future. Right now, we need, I believe, to move forward because of life safety issues, fire, potable, healthy water, and septic issues. We don't want to pollute the Roaring Fork River. We don't want for river users in both directions. We want the quality of our river to be enhanced. We spend a lot of money maintaining healthy rivers and streams, and that's important for us. So I think those are those are a lot of major points. We want to try and save the existing homes and for the people who are living there now. And we said that when we bought the property in 2018. We said it before we bought the property, that was going to be our goal. But in order to do that and to keep it affordable at some level, we need to do some additional housing. That's one of the reasons for additional housing, is to help, split up the cost of making this a livable community, small community. I think that's really important with the improvements that need to be done for infrastructure, and again, life safety. And I support the efforts of, this affordable housing, this preserving Phillips and adding some additional housing, I think supports the affordable housing that we've been, when you survey the members of our community at any level, housing is at the top of their list of things that need to be addressed. So we are listening to that in this effort. And with the mill levy, the housing mill levy that got passed, one of the points that we really focused on in getting that ballot question passed was the ability for partnerships. This is a great opportunity for the county to partner in that vertical infrastructure, the new housing, with partners. And it could mean a small partner. Somebody could come in and help buy down 1 or 2 units for a small business. Doesn't have to be the big businesses, the big, ski company or the hospital or the fire district. We may have the opportunity to provide something for smaller businesses. I've heard that for many years, that small businesses never have the opportunity to do that because they don't have the dollars behind them to do multi-millions of dollars of investment. So, that creates another avenue for partnerships. And I think these are all really, really important issues when we look at, the infrastructure improvements and how we can maintain some level of affordability. As far as P&Z, I think it was pretty clear with what their guidelines are. And again, I thank them for their time. And they gave more than, I watched their meeting on YouTube. I pulled it up and listened to their comments. A lot of them I don't disagree with. But that being said, they had more than a thorough discussion of housing issues, but they were at housing issues in general. Their concerns were in general. They really, yes, Phillips was part of it, but P&Z really has some valid concerns about development and growth and housing in Pickens County in general. And I think that may be a good impetus for the BOCC to have a joint meeting with P&Z and let P&Z bring to us their concerns, because I know they were talking about drafting a memo or putting in another resolution with their broader concerns, and I think that's a great opportunity for us to sit with P&Z and have a joint meeting. I'm going to throw that out there. Again, I just think, the BOCC really wants to put out an effort to preserve and protect the existing units and to make that little neighborhood livable and as affordable as possible. I'm concerned about if we do nothing, we're still going to have to do infrastructure improvements at some level, and how the county cannot necessarily continue to afford that. We've tried to keep the leases of the lots low. We've subsidized a lot. We can't, I don't believe, continue to do that, but I'm not going to tell people we're going to raise your rents by $1,200 tomorrow. We don't know, and I wish we could give you more certainty on that. We can't do it at this table today, but that will definitely be part of our discussions moving forward. That's what I have to say now. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate everybody's comments, and I've listened to everyone who spoke today, and I've been thinking a lot about this. I've told people this might be the most difficult thing. This is harder for me than the airport conversation. It might not be as long. It's almost as long, but this is a difficult one. And I'm not ready to override a decision by the P&Z. I think that we need to do more to communicate with people affected, which includes the neighbors, the residents, and the community at large, so they do have a better understanding of what we're up against and what we're trying to do here. So I'd like to propose that we respond to the P&Z's denial as we would to any developer whose proposal is rejected by the P&Z. And that means it goes back and it gets worked on the P&Z decision is consulted. We try to learn more, and we try to come back with a better project that isn't so concerning that they flat out reject it. And I'm going to say they still have a lot of questions, and I'm not trying to stall this. What I'm trying to do is get to a better solution, because I don't think we're there yet. But I know the community, the neighbors, and the residents at Phillips all have expressed confusion and concern about their future, and I don't think we've been as forthcoming as we could have been with them. Over the 7 years, we haven't raised their rent significantly in 7 years we've owned the site, and I wonder what would change going forward. We're going to have to continue to subsidize them unless we come and tell them this is what it's costing. So I don't think we've been honest with them. The cost of the project has grown dramatically since we bought the place as a rescue operation. We knew it was going to be an issue, but honestly, I had no idea about the water tank. I had no idea about the mud flow. I don't think any of us did. And all of a sudden, it's a lot more expensive and a lot more sobering cost-wise than we anticipated. So we're kind of stuck. So there's the situation. I think it was the best of intentions to buy it. I don't regret buying it, but I do regret that we haven't been as communicative as we should have been with the residents and the community, nor have we reached out to look for other alternatives to growing it bigger in order to make it affordable. I think there might still be other alternatives, and I don't believe I'm not even sure staff has even looked seriously. So I'd like to know what the county's subsidies for Phillips are going to be ongoing in perpetuity, because the perception I get is when this is done, the cost per unit, even with 73 units, is going to be high enough that we're still going to be subsidizing it in perpetuity. What amount's tolerable? What's fair? What's equitable to the rest of the community, the people across the river at Aspen Village who've been asking for help and haven't gotten it from us for their sewage treatment plant? So who are we being fair to, and who are we subsidizing? We heard that the water tank has been mandated at that size by the fire department. I've asked for clarification on that because, as Jeffrey points out, that seems pretty dang big. And that means it's pretty expensive. And this is a new cost we never anticipated. As I said before, I don't believe the viable alternatives for helping relieve the pressure at Phillips have been fully vetted or contemplated, and I have to say I'm pretty upset with that. I think it's been easy for us to rationalize ways to do this or reasons to go ahead with it, despite the pushback we've had from the citizens of the county, the neighbors at Phillips and in Woody Creek. And I kind of want to respect the conclusion the P&C's drawn and go and send the developer, us, back to the drawing board. I'm trying not to be redundant here. I'm just going through, give me a couple minutes. So I'm going to propose that we don't overthrow the P&Z recommendation. We send it back, and we try to do more to satisfy their concerns. Let's engage them with us and the community to make a better decision on the outcome. I think there may be possibilities. Regarding future growth, I definitely want certainty that we know what we're doing with the other lots. They're not part of this decision intentionally. They're not part of it, but they remain out there as question marks for future development. So my thought is that this is leading toward a much larger development in that part of the valley, a new village is what I'll call it. So I think we've been preparing for that, but not really fessing it up. Regarding transit, once again, we've talked about it for years. I'm glad to see Ashley has, mentioned that transit needs must be addressed in the future. We're not going to talk about what, but we know the cost for that will be high, and the county will be paying for it. Is it necessary for everyone in Woody Creek going forward that we expand the RAFTA service that the county pays for? It's possible that's what it's going to come to, but Phillips will definitely guarantee that we need to subsidize a lot more transit, and it's not cheap. I've been told by the CEO of RAFTA years ago that minimal costs about $600,000 a year in subsidy for RAFTA, and probably more by now. Have we fully studied the alternatives? What are the actual sunk costs? I think we've got an idea. We've got 6.5 in plus another 18. What would the actual cost be to go no further, from do the absolute minimum we can to maintain what's there and no more? I'd love to learn and study more about that. It may mean resizing the package plant, resizing, reducing all the costs for the roads. Perhaps there are savings there, and the sunk costs wouldn't be $24 million. I'm not certain of that number yet, and so I'm not going to vote to ignore it. We've seen the letters from the people at the park who are confused and worried, and we've heard from them today. The op-ed from Susan Taylor I thought was cogent and sobering, important points for us to consider as we override the P&Z and master plans. I don't believe the residents are on board with this. Maybe it's just because they don't know. The proposals from potential partners, it's great to hear Aspen One's out there. I know they've heard that they're somewhat interested, but this is not like the other mobile home parks that we've gotten involved with, where the residents actually got together, created a campaign to buy the place. They brought in the Western Mountain Region Housing Authority to help them. We're going it alone on this, and I'm just wondering, what other alternatives are there to help us figure out this vexing situation? It's kind of interesting that they're just happy to let us all do it by ourselves, and the residents don't seem to be able to organize well enough to come to us with proposals on their part, or if they have, perhaps they haven't been listened to. I'd like to know about that. Have we entertained any proposals from other development companies who might apply to take this on? Do we have to be the developer? Is there someone else who may have an idea on how to make this work? Can we do it without growing Phillips substantially? So those are all the questions I have, and so I'll go back to my suggestion that we either continue this and try to answer some of those questions, or we take the decision of the P&Z seriously and promise to work with them and the community to create a better project. And we're going to be working on this either way. Wouldn't it be nice to have the community on board with us rather than having to prove them wrong? Thanks.
Sure, I'll go. Are you ready?
No.
Okay.
Still learning.
I think we have been looking at this pretty thoroughly for the last 5 years, starting with GR's work. And I think if we put it off, it's just an act of procrastination, and that the people who live there deserve some resolution. They don't need to live in limbo. It's like the dreamers, you know, you just keep putting it off, putting it off. I think they deserve to know where we're headed. I wrote my thoughts down. I know Patty hates it when I do that, but I find I can be more clear that way, so if you'll bear with me. We have made every effort possible to preserve the housing at Phillips and to support the people who live there. Since the purchase, the county has sadly discovered many areas in the park which are unsafe and downright dangerous. Effluents from the sewer system contaminate the Roaring Fork River. The debris flow zone poses a danger to 3 or 4 mobile homes that live below it, and the proximity of fuels and firewood and added-on porches and other construction items to other trailers, and the proximity of these trailers to each other, creates a fire danger that is beyond code and unsafe for the residents. For life and safety reasons, it is important that the county put in a new water and wastewater system, deal with the debris flow zone, and find solutions to the existence of unsafe conditions from the proximity of mobile homes to each other. This is expensive. If we were to apportion some of these expenses to the current residents, it would make their leases untenable. In order to save the homes of those who want to stay there, we have to find a way to provide more residential units in order to spread out the costs of these required improvements. In addition, the county is committed to helping our workforce find affordable housing, and this community is an appropriate place to do that. We already have infrastructure there, albeit archaic and needing replacement, and we already have a community there. This is not an urban development. It allows for housing to be surrounded by wilderness and wildlife habitat, as well as yards and a sense of space. There is even opportunity in the future for community gardens. The project will not create sprawl, but will concentrate a small number of additional housing units in one area with a very low density ratio. With continued efforts to ensure transit availability, school bus availability, and a safe environment, I believe this project should move forward. That said, I want to express my respect and admiration to the Planning and Zoning Committee, who have made the decision correctly that this project does not conform with the Woody Creek Master Plan. This plan was drafted in a manner that makes it impossible to provide additional affordable housing anywhere within the Woody Creek Caucus, and reduces our opportunities to serve our workforce. The county bought this property in order to preserve housing that already existed there, and we can continue to help the residents there only by increasing the number of units available. I want to thank the P&Z for their diligence and their work, but I will be voting to overrule their decision with the greatest respect. The bottom line is either we remain in violation of health and safety conditions and laws by doing nothing, or we make improvements and do not increase housing. Under that scenario, most of the current residents could not afford to stay in their homes. I believe this is a very sound and reasonable solution to this problem.
Well, thank you. This is a really hard one. I think it's interesting to listen to the three of you who have been here for so long and seen this through and realize that everyone's right. I just feel like all sides of this are being represented here, and that's what I think makes it so tricky. So I found it helpful for me to think, since I've only been here for a few months, had I been back in 2018, what would I have done if it came forth? And I realized I absolutely would have said, we have to buy this. We got to save the housing. These are locals. These are employees. That's what we need to do. That's what I feel strongly about. And so I don't challenge that decision, even though it looks like, right now, I don't know if messy is the right word. It just doesn't seem like we're looking for an ideal situation, and maybe we just never get that in life. I'm not really sure. I don't really see it much. I love the early slide from Harriet Phillips saying, if we didn't purchase this, then we'd be just we'd be making people homeless. So I think it's important to think about that and not just look at it simply through P&Z said it doesn't conform, and that's all that really matters. I mean, there's a lot that's gone from purchase to this point that we have to consider. We're landlords. It's incredible to watch see the state of conditions there and ponder the idea of not taking action. I don't think that is smart. I also don't think that this is about driving growth. We're not talking about a new development that's here. This has been here for a long time. And it's not like we're putting in, we would just be upgrading, as far as I'm concerned, upgrading with a sense of fiscal responsibility in terms of adding some units to make the math pencil out. We see similar, neighborhoods in Aspen Village. We see Lazy Glen. They're also far from towns, far from schools. They have to figure out, parents have to figure out who's going where after school and who's getting dropped off and where work is. This isn't, this is here now. It's been here for a while. We are landlords and we have to do something about it. So there's a risk to inaction, I think, and I agree with all that. But I'm also, hearing Greg's concerns about the questions that still remain. We don't have a plan for the residents, and I know that will come. But hearing the comments, I feel like that's a concern that I wish I had more clarity on myself. I wonder if we can actually bring this into compliance. Like if P&Z's, I'm questioning this, if we can make changes to the resolution and somehow would Woody Creek, master plan ever find this would fit with them. I'm not sure if there's anything we could do in a discussion here to reach conformance. I understand the concern about needing to address parcels 3 and 4, and I think that should have been done. And that's kind of on us, and because we didn't address some of these things, that's kind of why we're here right now. And I do think we need more clarity on costs. And I know that some of this comes, as Ashley was saying, like we have tons of decisions ahead of us still. This is just one. But, you know, that makes it hard to arrive at a decision because there are still so many unknowns. The residents don't know. We don't know the cost. It's like hard to feel like you have all the info. And that's not adding the fact that I'm new here and I always feel like I don't have all the info. So, you know, it's making it really challenging. I mean, above all, I support housing for sure, but I just think, like Greg said, is this the only option? Since I came on board, I've been told this is the only option. Maybe I've missed some of those discussions on other things that we could have considered. And granted, you know, Greg threw a lot of different ideas out there, and I'm not sure how many, you know, if some of these are worth exploring or not, but it just leaves me uneasy because it seems like support for this is limited, the need for it is clear, and I think that's part of why sitting up at this table can be a really tough job. I don't actually know, you know, I came in the room today without actually an answer where I stood, and I'm listening, and I'm honestly still thinking. I would like to, consider, I don't know if it's worth seeing if there's anything we can do to add to the resolution as far as amendments go to kind of assuage, you know, the P&Z denial reasons. And that's something I would like to hear more about. You know, without giving a vote right this second, I don't know where, but I mean, I'm still not pleased with where we are, but see the need to do something. So.
Can I?
Yeah.
If he's done.
Yeah, I'd like to respond
Yeah,
to him
real,
too.
real quick. Are you finished?
I mean, yeah, I have some thoughts jotted down, but I think that was the gist of it. Yeah.
Are you good if Patty follows up?
I'm good with whoever raised their hand first, a senior.
Yeah, as far as sending it back to P&Z, they made a decision, and their decision was in violation of the master plan, and it is. I don't care how much we want to tweak it.
Yeah.
Because of what the master plan says. And again, the board has statutory authority that we can overrule P&Z, which is a tough one. It's tough. I sat on P&Z. It's tough. And it's tough to sit here now and try and say we're going to overrule them. But we have to look at what's in the best interest of the community, of the entire community, not, you know, and the larger community. And I think this is, but I think sending it back, I don't want to delay. I don't want to procrastinate. We have failing infrastructure. We need to move forward. If people are concerned about the lack of communication, we will up the ante again. I think we've shown, and we've had a lot of meetings, and I've heard some people are afraid to come forward because they support it. They're afraid because some of their neighbors who don't support it are pretty adamant. Tony, don't shake your head at me, please. I think that's important to know that some people aren't coming forward because they're concerned about being neighborly with their neighbors who are adamant against it because they don't want change. But I think we might have some amendments, some tweaks to the reso that will hopefully add a little level of comfort for board members and for the community as a whole, and for staff. Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of the communication, I did go to 2 Woody Creek caucus meetings. I can't remember if it was just before COVID or just after, or maybe I wore a mask and it was during COVID, I don't know. It was before Bill moved on. And at that time, we were talking about 120 units there. So, you know, we did listen to Woody Creek, and we came to a compromise and reduced the numbers there. So, of course, our communication could probably be better. Everybody's could be, for that matter. But and I appreciate those people who came in today and communicated. Thank you for that. And I do believe that the Woody Creek caucus says no increased density at Phillips. So a compromise there for P&Z would be pretty hard. I do, however, want to pursue, maybe even today, the preservation of lots 3 and 4. I think as far as wildlife goes and the quality of life for the people there and all along the Lower River Road, that preserving those 2 lots from development would be an important part of this. And, you know, I used to think maybe we should have more housing there. I've come around a whole lot on that. And I do think, I drive the Lower River Road quite a bit. Sorry to those of you who I pass in my car when I drive it, but I love that drive, and I take that way home in the summer fairly often. And I think it is important to preserve the rural character of the Lower River Road. It's one of our gems, I think. And so I would like to consider that today as a possible amendment. So that's all I have right now.
I think it's your turn, Mr. Chairman.
So, thank you to everyone. Thank you to the Planning and Zoning Commission, again, for their diligence and time and effort in considering this application. Thank you to the public for your input, public comments, and apologies if we're not the most communicative, either when we're in a quasi-judicial hearing or, in this case, more administrative. I'm concerned if there's failing either wastewater and or water treatment or there's fire risk. As we entered in stage 1 last night, you know, the joy of a community as we went around and posted stage 1 fire restrictions in front of the BLM land and saw what we're truly dealing with. So the fact that we can tackle 3 necessary pieces of community infrastructure, waste, water, and fire is pretty incredible. The fact that I think it was, you know, the fact that we can build onto an existing home. We have financially supported 2 mobile home parks over the past couple of months, Aspen Basalt, Mountain Valley, and Cavern Springs. So there were significant financial investments into workforce housing, into affordable housing. So I think it shows the commitment of this board. We should show the same commitment to a mobile home community that we own. So again, we've done, you know, nearly $4 million, nearly $4 million in investments to ensure that our workforce has affordable housing in this valley. I hear the concerns of the community as well as the board, and I'd like to put forward today 6 findings in the resolution that hopefully address the board's concerns, the public's concerns, as well as the residents' concerns. I have a bunch of copies if anyone needs one, but
I'm just going to write them down, but if you have a copy.
Just so happens. So, and for the public, I have 6 findings, and findings are basically our way of saying we understand the Planning and Zoning Commission, their remit, their purpose, and their resolution was based on the master plan. Ours is based on the health, safety, welfare of the community. It's based on the land use code. It's based on 8 years of work on this project. So our purview is wider than what we see coming in from Planning and Zoning. So number 1, the first 2 are based on the land use code. And number 1 is really addressing the concerns we heard both from Francie and Greg around parcels 3 and 4. So the first one is the BOCC finds that in connection with developing the Phillips project and pursuant to Land Use Code 16070, Pitkin County should pursue a goal of maximizing open space and preserving agricultural land on the Phillips property to the greatest extent possible. To accomplish these objectives, the BOCC directs staff to explore the possibility of permanent conservation of the riparian area on Parcel 4 through the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Program and the Pitkin County Healthy Rivers and Streams, as well as to seek to preserve the agricultural resources on Parcels 3 and 4 through the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails Program. So number 1 is the first finding is directed at the community concern that after we developed Parcels 1 and Parcels 2, we'd come back with a larger development in Parcels 3 and 4. And I'll digress for a second and explain Basalt Vista on one of the slides. The density per acre is roughly 4.5. There's 27 units on 6 acres. In Pitkin County developing Parcels 1 and 2, we will have a combined units per acre of 2.62. So if you like the Basalt Vista project, this has a density that's almost half of that. Call it 60% of what we see already at Basalt Vista. That is the way Pitkin County should be developing parcels outside of the UGB to address the affordable housing needs that we have. Yeah, sorry, I jumped in on, but I was trying to explain
Okay,
the
yeah,
rationale
I
for
just
number
wanna make
one.
sure, okay.
So that was number one, was really speaking to the concerns about what's going to happen with parcels 3 and 4. Number two, as per 16370, preserve existing affordable housing. This is consistent with the ballot language, development, and preservation of affordable housing. So again, a finding of the board, number 2. Number 3, growth. Rural character of Phillips is maintained through the clustering of the development. This is not a utility line extension. So that should, again, be well received by the community. We're not extending utilities. This is a standalone waste treatment plant, a standalone wells, and then its own fire suppression system, not a utility line extension. Number 4, and again, Patty framed it as I've really touched on this, but the addition of affordable housing units will be consistent with other Pitkin County development efforts like Basalt Vista. We're not maxing out density. We're providing a suitable number of employee housing units consistent with Pitkin County's stated goal for the housing tax balanced with Pitkin County's environmental stewardship and sustainability goals. So number 4, I've got 2 more. Number 5 might not be as well received, but I think it's going back towards that uncertainty question. The cost of the lease for the leaseholders. When rents are 1/3 of rents elsewhere in the watershed, we need to adjust. There should be a reasonable schedule to adjust rents to market rates, especially when the appropriate investments in infrastructure. The county committed to not raising rates until there was clarity in the project. Today, we commit to adjusting lot rates in a financially responsible way to both tenants and with regards to Pitkin County taxpayers. So I think I'm trying to add to the certainty going forward and not provide additional confusion. Transportation was another question that came up in a couple of these conversations. So the last finding is the Woody Creek shuttle to the intercept lot is a service. So the development is serviced with last mile transportation, which differs from many parts of unincorporated Pitkin County without last mile solutions. Think about Emma, think about other areas where they're clamoring for something like a raft shuttle. So this is an appropriate place to develop, given we already have a last mile solution to it and connections back to Brush Creek Intercept as well as to the school district. Further, RAFTA should examine expansion of commuter bus service to the Intercept lot, and school bus stops should also be examined in the transportation corridor. And finally, just as per the transportation study, 19 vehicle trips during the weekday morning peak hour and 20 vehicle trips during the weekday afternoon peak hour. The transportation consultant determined that, given the low magnitude of site-generated traffic, the proposed development is not expected to significantly affect traffic operations at nearby intersections or adjoining roadways. So I'd like to submit these 6 findings to the resolution for the board's consideration at first hearing.
Can I?
At first reading, please.
Yeah, I really appreciate this, and I know we just talked about one of these issues, but you and I, when we were trying to read through all this information, but I think I would like to have maybe offer you to work with staff to fine tune them and put them into a resolution. Thank you. I always forget I turn them into a resolution coming before us on second reading.
Any substantive changes to the findings, additions, deletions?
I'm okay, but I'd like staff and legal to review them.
Yeah, and I'm happy with it.
Thank you.
Greg, additional considerations?
Well, I'm just thinking about water, how water scarcity is an issue, yet we keep building things. And, that's the conundrum we have. We have affordable housing problems and we have water problems. We're going to ignore the water problems and build more housing. It doesn't sit well with me personally. So I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time rationalizing that. It's yet another issue, and I do appreciate you bringing up the first and last mile shuttle service. We should probably in the reso mention what that cost will be so people understand that it's not insignificant. School buses, getting the school to increase their bus service, great idea. Can they afford to? It's going to be an additional cost. It's not a utility line extension, but it is growth. And I guess that's where this board is headed. We are the growth engine now, and that's disturbing because for 50 years we've done our absolute best to limit growth, and now it's at our peril. So I don't know if we can add anything I've just said to these findings, but I appreciate what you've put in. It definitely helps us with future study. 19 vehicle trips per day in the morning doesn't seem like enough for so many units. If we're talking 73 units, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm not going to give a lot of credence to those numbers. Thanks.
Can I just respond? And I understand your concerns. I know where you're coming from. You've been in that same place since we pretty much started this project. I think it's interesting to say that we're the growth generators now. We're just responding to what the community has asked us to do, and that's provide affordable housing. And it's different than just allowing rampant growth of big second homes to me. It's providing homes for people who will be part of our community, who will work here and participate here at a community level. Not that second homeowners don't participate in the community, they just participate at a different level. So I do not see myself as a generator of growth in Pickens County. I think in all of our decisions, we take into consideration the impacts, especially to water. I know that's important, but from what you just said, then we should do no more affordable housing. I'm not in that space. I don't think the voters have asked us to not build any more or preserve any more affordable housing. And I just want to make it clear so the public knows that if we're going to do any form of growth, we've been trying to do buy-downs and preservations before doing new, and the only way we can preserve and protect the existing housing is Phillips if we do some level. And I have to give Francie huge credits because she really did compromise on her position is to put in a lot more units, and she has thought about it, given it good, deep thought, and said we have to do some level of new housing there in order to preserve the housing that exists. And again, I will say it, I'll be repeating myself, but I'm going to say it anyway. When we bought this, we did it to keep people in their homes there, and that's a goal. And we're hoping that we can, at the end of the day, yes, the price of living there will go up. That's something I wish we didn't have to do, but in order to keep them in their homes, we have to have some increase in what they pay.
I don't think it's a generation of growth, Greg, because I think that most of the people who would be living there are already working in Pickens County, and they're coming up here all the time anyway. We may be relocating some people from Down Valley to that location, but really the growth that we've seen since the last census, according to the numbers, has been in the commuters and workers in the Upper Valley, not the people who actually live in the Upper Valley. So I don't really see this as a generation of growth. I think it's a relocation of some people more.
I appreciate these. I feel like they answer a lot of questions. I understand that they're not going to make a difference with what P&Z had issues with, because we still are adding units, and that's really what it comes down to. So that's kind of the decision then. Is there, I guess I was always hopeful that there would have been something presented that just kept the same number of units, that then would have maybe had P&Z approval, and then everything is good, but maybe that's just too idealistic. I like these amendments. I don't know if we need to, I think I listened to a work session from earlier this year where there was some language put in regarding what to do with the current residents, and to the extent that we can, something like we will help them, because we haven't really addressed that, and I feel like we've heard a lot of comments about that. And again, it's not known what we can do yet, but I think it will be at some point.
That's a good suggestion.
Just based on the comments that I'm hearing. I see what you're saying. I mean, we're basically relocating people who maybe would have been further down valley up to this location. Is that growth? They're coming up here anyway.
Excuse me, I feel incumbent to say something. Have y'all even talked about what to do with the Riverside? Everything is about Hillside. There's two of us here from Riverside that have so much uncertainty that it keeps us up at night, and we cry.
Yeah,
to
I
each
get
other
that.
about it.
When are we going to talk about the Riverside, Ashley?
We have not been able to make any formal decisions at this table about anything else with Phillips until we make this decision. And so we have a number of options for those at Riverside, but we haven't been able to bring anything forward until we know if this is moving forward. If this does not move forward, the picture looks very, very different, and we have to go back to the drawing board on the assessment of what we do at Riverside. We know that folks can't live there long term. We have never put a date on it. We are trying to assess all the different options that would be available, but we just haven't been able to bring it until this is the next sequence conversation at the board, which I know, again, is really, really hard. I really would like to give everybody a lot more information, and I would like to give the board information and tenants information. That's what's been the trickiest part of this entire project, is there are 50 decisions and they have to come in a stepwise order. And so, yeah, we have, once this conversation moves forward, we can bring to you pretty immediately the options that we have for Riverside.
I do like what Ted said about some kind of protection for the people who live there, including the Riverside people. But I think what my understanding is about the Riverside people is that until we decide that we're going to build some units, we don't have anywhere to move those people to. So first we have to decide to do that, even if it's just pads, right, for mobile homes. Or
I think we have to, by law, provide them an option if we're going to relocate.
Right.
Is that correct?
You do not have to guarantee somebody a place to live, but there are some requirements with respect to helping people with relocation costs associated with moving.
Okay. So there is something that we're responsible for.
But it wouldn't hurt to have it in the resolution. Can we move this on today with all of these resolutions for a second reading without having to start over again?
Yes, assuming that that one of the board members was to make a motion to approve as amended at the table today. Those proposed amendments would then be incorporated into the resolution that would be in front of the board at second reading.
Okay, so it's not such drastic additions that we have to change everything.
No, it's first reading, so this is a good opportunity to make changes to the resolution.
Great, thank you.
On the relocation piece, I think maybe one suggestion is that where we have is maybe documenting what has been the direction of the board today, assuming moving forward, which has been a commitment of what is in the plan is to provide that we are looking at relocating. And I think what Ted was, we put some language in the subdivision resolution that we can find and work for as far as like communication and certain, trying to navigate the uncertainty, but that the board direction today has been in this redevelopment and the infrastructure, providing the pads available for that relocation, and then being able to work as far as it might relate to the stick built. So a suggestion based on what I'm hearing is staff can work with the chair of being able to document kind of what has been the direction of the board today for the relocation for your consideration at second reading.
And I just want to add on something from history with the Riverside parcel, is that in light of if we were to go back to FEMA and have them reevaluate their floodplain risks and issues, we still couldn't leave those units there because there's no infrastructure. We can't run the septic line or a new water line across the river for various reasons. So that's another complication of those units. Those units are awesome over there. I mean, who wouldn't want to live there? It's a great little neighborhood on that side. But there are life safety issues and beyond floodplain that we have to address. So I think as soon as we're able to move forward, we'll be able to create more certainty as to what's going to be available and what the options might be. Thank you for bringing it up.
I implore you though, I want all of you on the board, please. I want you to think about what he just said. There is no legal requirement. If you were in our position, in your home, and there was no legal requirement, please.
She's
put
not
yourself
on the
in our
mic,
position.
so none of this is.
I don't care, I'm gonna speak, because I want y'all.
I was going to
about
invite you up to the,
us.
never mind.
Why don't you come up and join us, actually?
But
I'd
with,
love to. What would you like me to say in here?
No, so if
Or
you're,
were you being facetious?
no, I'm being,
no, it just, it doesn't get recorded and we won't be able to go back to it
I
if you're
just
not
would
on
like
mic.
you to all consider, first of all, I'm from South Louisiana, give me water. Put yourself in our position, please. Your homes, you're established. I have moved so many times in my life, and I've lived in my brother's home for almost 2 years, for the longer than I've lived anywhere since I was a child. Put yourself in our positions. They are young, they just bought their house. You're gonna lose it. And they just said there's no legal requirement. Honey, where I'm come from, you're shit out of luck. Because when it comes down to it, if you don't have to, you won't. You're not gonna give it what is right and just.
That's what we're working on.
I know, but I feel and I have to speak up. Put yourself in our positions. I didn't say it earlier. I teach at CMC. I work at Clark's. I'm a supervisor. I am sober. I am an active part of the community. I'm not a derelict, but if I just wanted to say that
Everybody gets
I'm
to
not
come
a
up
crackpot. Please put yourself in our position. And there's just it's hard when there's just a few of us. I understand that. This housing development sounds great. It does. But there's just so many factors. There are so many decisions, and it's hard to think about which way you're going to go. But at the end of the day, I see the fire. It's valid. Bring us all fire extinguishers. Come on, do it. Pay to do what you said you were going to do. From what I understand, you were going to buy it and fix it up. And now you're saying that it's an astronomical cost, but you want to go this way. I understand housing is an issue. That's why I left New Orleans. I couldn't live by myself for less than $1,800. Everywhere was an uptown price, from Kenner down to past Chalmette, if you understand me. I get it. Just think about it. Thank you for letting me interrupt. I appreciate it.
no, you're good. Bringing it back to the board. Does anyone else in the public, given the board debate, want to provide additional comment, given we open the table, open the floor?
Oh.
I need a break soon.
So, actually, before we do that, if anyone in the room would like to provide additional comment, given we gave Christy the mic, we'll take additional comment, but the board's going to take a senatorial 5. We'll be back at 4:16.
Are those yours?
No. Good afternoon. It is Wednesday, June the 10th. My mic is even on this time. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We are on item number 9 that was moved to item number 13. It's a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, overruling the Pitkin County Planning and Zoning Commission resolution number PZ 009-2026 and authorizing implementation of the Phillips Mobile Home Park project. We reopened a little bit of public comment and offer sort of the same. If you're a resident, we'd prefer you come up, but if there's something else that you left unsaid, we would love to hear it. Otherwise, we will have public comment again at the second read in 2 weeks. But it's really, if we open up to one member of the public, everyone should be able to speak. So, Amber, thank you.
I'll try and make it quick. I know I overextended my time last time. Again, Amber Krakowski. It has been a big process to watch everything go down. And I do, it's funny because when Alan said that he kind of agrees with the development, in a way I do too. Because I've sat at home and I've looked at what it would take to fix Phillips. And you have to look at it from what can be done. And it would require some housing, so I have come to terms with development being put there. A couple things, I really appreciate what you brought up, Ted, about have we exhausted all possibilities. I've also, I think one of the first questions that I asked was, can we become a rock? And I've looked at what becoming a rock means, and I can tell you, no, absolutely, we cannot right now. Because it's my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we need to have water. We need to have a correct infrastructure, or else we're never going to be approved for a development like that. I would ask, the fear, and I think we've heard it all today, is that those 2 other lots will be sold off and developed. Patty, you brought up something earlier that said partnering with people and letting them buy down the cost. That is what I see as a potential for, it's never been brought forward to us, and that's on my cute little piece of paper that I passed along to the neighbors, would you want to buy your property? It's never even been brought forth to us saying, hey, would you buy your lot for $150,000, $200,000? I can probably name on 2 hands people that would, that have that money that can do it. People that live there, yes, some of them are on Social Security, some of them aren't working, but some people can afford to do things. We can afford to help this process move forward, and it's just never been brought to us. So I would ask, and it's hard for me, when you said, Patty, we will be more communicative. We've been asking for years, and it's never been something so it's like you say it, but it's like, yeah, I don't believe you. Because we've been asking for it and it's never happened. What else? I think that's about it. It's like I feel like things are more on the table now. I don't know how far things are going to get in the next 2 weeks. Because that's a hard push because there's a lot of unanswered questions. Just one more thing, Patty, you said that you think that there's a lot of people there that are in fear of change, and I have to disagree. I think that we have known for 10 years that things are going to change, but again, it's that lack of clarity. And I know you say, Ashley, none of this can be decided until, this goes through. But then you also followed it up with, but we're going to have that information for you really quickly, which says you already know, but you're just not willing to come forth with the harsh reality of what some residents are going to have to face. And those hard questions they're hard. But is it better to hide those answers, or is it better to tell people up front, we've already been waiting for 10 years? And again, I got to see my house disappear off the map today.
Thanks, Amber.
Thank you.
I need a point of clarification. I did not mean that people who live in the existing trailer park can buy their lots. We'd have to have a whole subdivision process.
I didn't say you said that.
Well, but you said people who live there could buy their parcel for $150,000.
Okay, maybe I
Wait,
misspoke.
wait,
What I said.
Jeffrey, I have to clarify. I meant the new development with the partnerships, just so you know.
I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're
But
clear
why
on
would that be offered to somebody new saying, hey, what would you be willing to pay for this? That's somebody that doesn't even live there. Why wouldn't that same right be given to the people that have lived there for 15 years? Hey, what would you be willing to give? Let's figure out some numbers. This person is retired. They can only come up with this much. This person, which we are all now RO, okay, well, this person makes this salary. Okay, so they can only afford that, like extending the right to the people that live there.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
Right?
Yeah.
There's so many possibilities. It seems like there's a lot of black and white, just to clarify. I know that's exactly what you said, was to the new development.
Okay.
And I was saying,
Okay,
let's extend that
I'm not going
to-
to argue with you now, but I just wanted to clarify that I was just talking about a small business being able to come in and be a partner with the county on the development of the new parcels.
Right, so why can't we help develop our own parcel? Why can't we?
Because they're not subdivided on your own lots in the trailer court. They're not subdivided off as individual parcels.
I know.
It's
But
a whole
I'm just
different
looking at
process.
Different options.
I'm going to look to the rest of the public. If
Thank
anyone
you.
else that wants to make a comment. Allison, thank you.
I just wanted to reiterate, with the Riverside, once we move forward, figure things out, I really want it to be priority to, okay, let's make sure these people don't get displaced. Let's get them across the river. If this is happening, I want it to be prioritized to get us across the river and make sure we have alternate housing. I'm already an employee. I'm already doing the things that you're supposed to do to make a living in this town. Like, I really want it to be up there to consider people that are already a part of the community, get me across the river, make sure I'm not displaced. I've already faced a lot of uncertainty with my housing the whole 8 years I've been here. Yeah, I just want that to be like top thinking, because I have no control over what's going to happen, but I want it to be considered, strongly considered. Yeah.
Thanks, Allison.
Thank you.
Are you a resident?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We would love to entertain your public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Toni Kronberg, and I wanted to refer to the vote that everyone keeps referring to because the language in it states that the money is supposed to be used to prioritize such housing in areas consistent with existing employment, services, and facilities to protect rural character. Rural character. That's what Pickens County is known for. That's in all of your documents. Your number one value is not affordable housing. Your number one value is rural. And then there's no existing employment at Phillips. There's no services at Phillips. And there's no facilities. So I really think that you're building this in the wrong place. There are other places that are available. And when you talk about the costs that you don't know, are the dollars that you're going to be putting into Phillips taking away from other future affordable housing units? Are you going to be able to say when someone comes forward with a partnership and they need $5 million or whatever, oh, sorry, it's all tied up in Phillips? And then the very last thing is there enough water available for all these new units? Because it's well water, I imagine. So that's all I have to say. But Jeffrey, thank you very much for taking additional comment. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Last chance in the room. So I'd like to bring it back to the board. I'd like to add a seventh finding. And this needs editing between first and second read, but it would be work with current residents, accommodate and protect their housing needs, develop a plan for the Riverside community, including a relocation plan, including but not limited to a relocation plan. So it's the seventh finding based on this conversation this afternoon. Anything further or addition?
No, I don't have a problem with that at
Okay.
all. I think that's been part of what we're going to discuss, but I think it's great to memorialize it in the reso.
Me too.
I think it's good.
Thank you. I think at this point in time, we're looking for
I'll make a motion if you want.
Could you read that
So-
again? Your number 7,
Yeah, so
sorry.
number 7, for the board and for the public, again, and this would be further developed between first and second read, but based on the conversation we just had in the room, the concern from residents, number 7 reads, work with current residents, accommodate and protect their housing needs, develop a plan for the Riverside community, including but not limited to a relocation plan.
I'm just a little concerned. Accommodate and protect may mean guarantee them something, which we can't. So we can try to work to understand the housing needs for all the diverse needs.
To the extent that we can? Or something like
Well, just understand, I think we'll be surprised at the range that we'll run into. And the need clearly is there. I feel the concern they have, but we can't answer their questions here, but we can certainly find out what the issues are. So I'm just want to make sure we're not making a guarantee we cannot live up to or shouldn't promise in this finding.
But we're not going to leave anybody homeless. I mean, that's sort of the.
Well, we have obligations, yeah, we have, but also I'd like to understand our obligations, because I think the way you described it didn't sound quite the same as I had assumed what our obligations are. If we're a landlord and we have to relocate a tenant in a mobile home park, it'd be nice to really have a clear understanding. It doesn't have to happen right now, but that has to come. What is the clear understanding of our obligation? And then our intent and what we'd like to do aspirationally goes on top of that.
Okay.
Good
I
answer.
agree.
Short answer.
Now is probably not the best time to clarify exactly what the roles and responsibilities are of the boards versus the people that live, the board versus the people that live there. On some level, you do start looking at a unit by unit analysis about what is required under state law with respect to relocating and or subsidizing folks in the event that they are not able to stay in the existing location.
That's information I think it would be important for us all to have.
Sure. We'll get that together for second reading.
Great, thanks.
So Greg, would you be more comfortable if I change it to understand and assess their housing needs?
Yeah. And we could actually inform them of the rights and obligations, if that helps.
I think that is state statute, though.
There is
that's a given,
extensive
yeah.
mobile home park state statute.
And-
I know because I've read years ago, because I live in a mobile home park.
Right, yeah, you know what they are,
So
but
really
the tenants don't.
I'll reread
And
the intent.
they're evolving as we probably sit here today, those rules and
I'll reread.
regulations.
I'll reread the intent on number 7 is work with current residents, understand and assess their housing needs, develop a plan for the Riverside community, including a relocation plan, including but not limited to a relocation plan.
I understand the intent of what you're driving at, and my suggestion would be to memorialize that intent and in between first and second reading, along with the other findings that have been proposed, again, assuming that somebody makes a motion that includes the amendments that have been made at the table today, that staff have an opportunity to look at those, draft them into a form that I believe captures the intent of the board, and have you all the opportunity to look at those on second reading. So, and if there's any significant changes, staff will highlight some suggestions to that language if necessary.
Thank you, Rye.
Yep.
Do I have a motion?
Okay.
Item number 1 before.
Sorry.
Can I-
Did you have more discussion? I'm sorry.
I did, yeah. Item number 1.
Please.
BOCC finds in connection with developing the Phillips project and pursuant to LUC 16070, the Pitkin County should pursue a goal of maximizing open space and preserving agricultural land on the Phillips property to the greatest extent possible. So we should be pursuing a goal. To accomplish these objectives, the BOCC directs staff to explore the possibility of permanent conservation. Could we be more clear than that? Why can't we say the BOCC directs staff to prepare documents to permanently conserve these areas rather than to explore the possibility. That sounds like a great way to say nothing while saying something. So,
Fair enough, Greg. I think the things that the board needs to consider when you're evaluating what to do with parcel 3 and parcel 4, which is really what we're talking
we
about,
might want
right?
to sell them to open space or something.
Sure.
Right.
And when you're, so the how Phillips property was purchased in 2018 using dollars generated through the employee housing impact fee and are restricted to certain uses. If you are going to essentially strip value away from that property through some level of conservation, you should evaluate how to do that in a way that either allows you to recoup some of the investment or makes a determination that, like, for example, parcel 4 is almost wholly regulatorily undevelopable to some extent. But as you look forward to preserving those properties, potentially through the use of open space and trails dollars or dollars from the Healthy Rivers and Streams program, that is a possibility. But as you all know, those funds are stewarded by boards of trustees that would need to evaluate the proposal. Likely there would be a need to get an appraisal of the property in question and then restrict those parcels through something like a conservation easement or a permanent covenant, or as the case is with the river parcel right now that is currently being managed as part of the open space portfolio. So yes, it would be great to handle it with the stroke of a pen today. I think
Can't do that.
this is pretty far, but understanding that if the board is intent on preserving the agricultural landscape on parcel 3, some of that ag land is on parcel 4 as well. But I think there's a statement the board can make and kick that process off with those other entities that need to weigh in and utilize those other funds to make that happen.
If we're going to call that agricultural land,
Mm-hmm.
are we going to farm it? Because it hasn't been farmed for a while. So what are we backing ourselves into if we say we're preserving the agricultural land, which right now is not agricultural?
Sure. I think some of the hay fields on Phillips have been watered and hayed since the county's purchased the property. I know there have been some conceptual ideas about maintaining some of the ag land either for hay production or through utilization of a concept similar to what we have going on at our Lazy Glen open space, where we have a combination of maintaining some of that property in irrigated ag as well as some level of vegetable and or livestock production at those locations. The way that the county has historically done that is through an acquisition through the open space program, and then we have a lease process whereby we put that out to individuals that may be interested in maintaining the agricultural landscape, utilizing it for food production. There's a number of goals that are laid out in the open space policy as it relates to leasing ag land. So that could potentially be wrapped into that project. There's a sort of a unique opportunity there at Phillips to do something like that while at the same time having some housing available for a farmer or something like that. So those opportunities exist. Trying to develop that at the board table without the input of, for example, the Open Space and Trails Board and Open Space and Trails staff is a challenge, but the staff comments that have been received leading up to this particular decision that you're talking about now, as well as the decision they made previously to subdivide the property, there was some significant interest for at least from open space staff to pursue a concept of maintaining those ag fields, both for some level of hay production, but also for food production as well.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not forcing ourselves to maintain it as agricultural property. Nobody bids on it because it doesn't have any return, and so it falls to Drew to farm it.
Take care of it. Yeah, I know. That's always a challenge. And that, again, you start looking at likely below market lease rates. You know, we have open space parcels with ag production on them and or hay production on them where we're actually paying people to maintain the hay production on that property. And then that ag production goes to, I would say, generally good uses, but it also helps.
All I'm saying is, I'm just suggesting that when you write this up in resolution form, we're careful with the use of the word agricultural lands.
Totally.
Open lands maybe in the resolution. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
I do. The language that is in the resolution right now is pulled exactly verbatim from the land use code right now, which suggests maintaining open space and agricultural land. Open space, as it's defined in the county code and the home rule charter, encompasses a whole bunch of different values, one of which is maintaining ag land. So it is worth being less specific, I suppose, knowing that open space can encompass maintenance of ag land as well.
Yeah.
So
That would be good.
I think
That's
that's
better.
a good point, well taken. So
I guess just to clarify,
And then Patty.
yeah, to clarify, what I'm looking for is a way to assuage the concerns of Woody Creek and assuage the concerns of the P&Z, that we aren't just teeing these properties up for additional, dense buildings, home development, because we haven't represented that we intend to do that, but we're leaving the door open to do it, and that makes me uncomfortable, and I'd like to have some more certainty on that before I vote to move this forward.
sure, I 100% understand the intent that you're driving at.
Yeah.
To achieve those protections within the context of the home rule charter, we would need to pursue inclusion of those properties into the open space portfolio. There is a world where that does not happen with a payback, but there would need to be a justification as to how the county has derived significantly all of the value out of the existing property that was purchased utilizing open space dollars, so that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Understood.
So there are ways to get to that, and I do not think that, for example, two things about parcel 3. The majority of it is significantly undevelopable.
Right.
The majority of it is something that is likely not of interest to the open space program. The ag portion, certainly. The existing irrigated meadows, sure. The rest of it is something that has a very low value, both from an open space perspective, but also from a development perspective, because it's mostly steep hills, steep unstable slopes, in debris flows, things like that. So that is an area that the county can pretty easily designate as open space, whether to serve the community that is planned or the existing community at Phillips.
Right.
I know some level of recreational activity goes on out there in that area today.
It's possible this board could just do that. Open space is an advisory board, but we're also thinking maybe they could help buy some of that.
That is a little bit of what I'm thinking. I mean, as I already
For what it's worth.
said at length to Commissioner Jacober, I mean, there is some interest in those ag fields and doing something along the lines of Lazy Glen in the vicinity. So then we'd be talking about up valley
So
of
we
the
should
existing,
definitely take
of the
advantage of that.
proposed and existing development of
Yeah,
the property.
I understand, and I think we should do our best to take advantage of that, and I'm hope to understand that better before our next vote.
Sure, and one thing that might be helpful is I know that Paul Holsinger provided some referral comments on this application, on the application that came to you all on the subdivision exemption, and it may be useful for him to show up because I know he vetted the comments he made in that process with the Open Space and Trails Board with respect to their potential interest in the property. So that is certainly something to be explored. The land use approval that you're contemplating, well, not the land use approval, the land use approval that was contemplated by the Planning and Zoning Commission that this board is now considering overriding specifically deals with parcels 1 and 2, but I know that does not get to your larger concern about parcels 3 and 4, which
Or theirs, yeah.
nor the planning commissions or some of the residents' concerns of Woody Creek. So I understand that for sure.
Right.
So I got
So
Patty
aren't there-
first. Sorry,
oh, I'm
Patty
so
first,
sorry.
and then
No,
Francis.
I'm not going to say anymore.
You sure? Aren't there some developments that just have, they just declare this open space? I mean, like, you know, like you have 5 houses and an acre of open space without purchasing it by open space and
Yep.
trails or, you know.
Definitely. So there's, well,
Turnabout.
there's the world of Picken County, and then there's the world of everywhere else.
I'm actually picturing property in Garfield.
I'm sure you are.
They got
So
everything.
yeah, sure. There's the way that we typically handle that in Picken County is if we're dealing with a subdivision or something like that, and I can think of some recent examples. We often would ask and or require, depending on the level of entitlements that we're providing, that those areas that are designated as open space be permanently conserved.
Right.
The usual mechanism that the county uses is a conservation easement, but there's also we've used development covenants, prohibitions on further subdivision, things like that. So
but
yes.
you could write this in a way that there's not that we can rest easy, there won't be further development, and we can pursue the right mechanism in the future? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am confident we can write it that way. I'm also confident that this board isn't making a decision in even the remotely near term to engage in any level of development on parcels 3 and 4. So some of my trust in what's going to happen with those sits with you all today, because you can say this in the findings and say you're going to commit to doing this, and I trust that you are going to do that. The process of either developing or disposing of those parcels in the future would take a significant amount of time to accomplish. I mean, there is a world, I suppose, where you say, we have no interest in parcel 3 anymore, and we would just go ahead and sell it to the highest bidder. I don't see this board doing that now, but that would probably be the most expedient path forward to make this happen. Now, whether somebody would step up and buy it, I couldn't guess. Parcel 4, again, that is a challenging parcel because of its proximity to the Roaring Fork River, and it would be very, very difficult to develop in Picken County, to say the least. So.
Okay.
So Francie, you want to make a motion?
Yes, you want a motion? I will make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Picken County overruling the County Planning and Zoning Commission Resolution Number PZ009-2026 and authorizing implementation of the Phillips Mobile Home Park project with the additional 7 amendments before second reading, which is and public hearing on June 24th. Does that get it, Ray?
Yes, it does.
I'll second.
Further discussion on the board? Seeing none, roll call vote. Patty Clapper.
Yes.
Craig Poshman.
I'm going to say nay.
Francie Jacober.
Yes.
Ted Mann.
I'll say yes.
Jeffrey Woodruff is a yes. The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We got through it. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ashley.
you. Thanks, Cody. Thank you.
Thanks, Cody.
Thanks, Kara.
Thank you, everybody who came in.
Ashley?
Oh, you want some Cheetos? I knew she wanted some Doritos.
You've earned it.
Thank you. I think it's a better resolution because of you. Yeah.
It's impossible to open these things, so I have to do it while we're not in session.
Yeah, we still have one more item. So, Jeffrey, Boyd, do you all want to adjourn? We have
Open discussion.
I just want to I don't have any items. I just want to make sure we adjourn.
You have 12 topics for open discussion?
Any board open discussion?
Yeah. And there are evacuation orders for the people in the
Motion
vicinity.
to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Kim,
There are-
sorry, and Dora, thank you so much.
Congratulations to Rifle.
Spoz, thank you so much.